What's up, guys? Happy Thursday. Let me redo this pin. Oh. I didn't mean to actually delete the message. Okay, hold on. Okay. Here. Cut the music. Okay. Happy Thursday. Let me catch up with you guys first. Get all the audio in. Yeah, we'll see. Good luck on the connection, because it looks like my connection is not fantastic. As we started stream, I did a speed test, and then it kicked in, but I think all the issues we've been having might be on my end more than anything. I'll get into that a little bit later. Jonks, Panky, hello. Am I gonna do a first person? I can't. Not with my gamepad layout. It's near impossible for me. I'd have to rebind everything just to make it happen. I am not in the mood to do it. Jonks, thank you for that 13 months. I really appreciate it. Keyboard, mouse can do it, I think, and then a controller can probably do it. By the way, I have it. If I go first person, this is my forward, this is my back, this is my left and right. They don't do anything. So it's not very viable. And if I were to legitimately do something like this, I have to make it viable. I'm not gonna do it just because. I won't do a challenge because it's just weird. They will be off. I have them on at the moment, but I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off. Actually, I'll turn it off now. But they will be off, yeah. We're not doing it quite yet, but I do want to catch up with you guys, and I'll give you all the nitty-gritty. I got a new internet, very stable, 18 ping to time. Ooh, good luck! I'm still praying I will get fiber, because I'm still having issues periodically, and it seems like I'm having issues. Although it's not as bad. Like, last time we had an issue, it was like the entire thing. Like, the whole day was bad. It was impossible to stream. And that's bad. But of course, like, it being like ebb and flow, it's still as annoying. I'm hoping like maybe they just eventually do something about it, but we'll see. But if anything goes on, I updated the pin message. Basically, I'll just continue with the tutorial, even if like the stream goes down. And then I'll just try to get it back up I'll try to get it back up in between floors, because we are recording anyway, and it's kind of more me talking to, like, you know, the camera as opposed to necessarily you guys in general. So I will keep it going like that. Now, if it gets really bad, I don't know, maybe I just do this another time. By the way, I have so many things now on my list of things to do. There's a lot that I want to do. So, like, if this gets really weird, I can back up into many things. One of the things I need to do, we need to record a Machinist 100 without any resolutions. Someone just had it on Discord earlier, and I really should add that to the tutorial. So, speaking of tutorial, I'm currently on 130. Yeah, I just finished editing up to 130. So there's still quite a ways to go, but it's gonna take some time, but we're getting there. Let me catch up again. Sir Simba, Gims, hello, happy Friday for Gims and the EU crowd. Requiem, hello. Wallen, as always. Slice, good to see you. Silver is still good. Mage Gunner, good to see you. JC and 15 in a row, let's go. Ashgar, hello. Good to see you guys. I hope everyone's doing well today. Crossing my fingers the connection holds. Nazgul, good to see you. So, I'm gonna kind of give a clear indication of when we start. So up till now, well, I'm gonna be obviously talking with you guys. I'm looking at the Ethereal Necromancer. I'm trying to figure out how to get the... We'll see about that one day. I'm doing good. Just had a busy work day, I guess you can say, because I was doing quite a lot of the video editing today. I don't want to hear the sweeping, like, in my thingy. Yeah, it was a pretty chill day today. Just relax, so... Hey, have a good sleep, Willow. Good to see you. So... We did this tutorial for Machinist successful. One and done. Always love that when it's a one and done. And it's a little bit different than how I did it before, where, especially if you haven't seen it yet, how we did it last time. Once we start, I have the alerts off. I won't really be responding to chat. Unless you're asking a question that's kind of related to Pictomancer or Deep Dungeon in general. You know what's one thing I didn't do? That reminds me, I gotta cut the, my rewards here. Hold on, let me edit all my rewards. I will have one channel point reward here that's kind of like if you want to, if you want to like ask a specific question related to the run, which I'll give a little bit more of a higher priority. But reality of the matter is, like, you can just ask it without even doing the channel point redeem, and I'll probably just answer it, because I will read it. So, you know, if it comes up, boom, we'll do it that way. But it'll be a lot more of me just kind of doing a stream of consciousness, just like talking about the run, talking about whatever we're doing. And then in between floors, I'll take the time to catch up. If you guys have further questions, some of them, we did that in the other one, and I did include that in the video, in between the floors. So if it's within context, I keep it. If it isn't, then I'll just kind of edit it out. I am recording, thank you very much. And I really have to, Gims, because if the stream goes down, I will just keep the show going. So I'm a little concerned about that. Hey, Caroline. You did it! Congratulations! Welcome to the club! Oh, I'm so happy to hear it. Caroline on YouTube just got Once and Future Queen. They've been working on that for a few months, right? A couple weeks, few months. Oh, I'm so proud of you. And you were having some issues before, and I'm so glad that you got it. I do apologize to the YouTube guys. Past couple days we've just had some issues, so I had to just keep it off. So I'm hoping today we could just keep it on. But yeah, I kind of feel bad. Like, I got so used to having YouTube up, and like, after going through like most of the stream on Tuesday without YouTube out, I felt bad. I'm like, oh, it's so. And what sucks about YouTube is I can't even communicate it to you guys. Like on Twitch, it's easy. If my stream goes down on Twitch, the channel's still there. I can type in the channel and just tell you what's up. I can't do that on YouTube, and I feel so bad. I wish there was some other way I could like kind of communicate it a lot better, but we'll just see what's going on. Months and D, countless deaths and fails. Hey, all of it led to the eventual win, right? All of that learning, Caroline. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. Hey, Impossibles. Hey, Hugo. I'm currently climbing back up in PoTD after my Ram's Voice death. Currently on... Ooh, okay. Hopefully. Nice and chill. Nice and go. Just don't have it go down. You know, my internet gets moody sometimes, Gims, and it either A, takes it a long time for them to fix it, or B, it takes me to complain about it, and then they miraculously fix it. Like, that is, by the way, the most tilting thing about my connection. It's that, like, if it's really bad, I'll call them, right? They'll be like, oh, we don't see a problem, you know, we could send a tech over, and then the tech sees it, you know, potentially, well, like, they actually see the problem, but then it's like, I don't really get told that it gets fixed. It's just like, all of a sudden, oh, it's fixed, hey! They don't even tell me, so it's like, just the lack of communication. These sucks. Awesome. Uno, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. YouTube have a lot of work. I like to do the streaming stuff. There's, you know, I mean, I'm lucky now that I can do a simulcast, because that wasn't allowed before and it is now. So it's nice to just literally have it on. But it is interesting to see the differences of how Twitch has their streaming thing and how YouTube has their stuff. There is quite a lot of things I would desire from the YouTube end of things, but you know, it's just more about the execution of it. Like, you know, the emotes are lackluster. Actually, their UI for the chat is kind of like annoying, but at the end of the day, it's nice to get that reach. I have people on YouTube that are only there on YouTube, and it's really nice to be able to interact with that. You know, if you have an issue with Twitch, I mean, okay, but I'm not about to rip you from YouTube to go to Twitch or vice versa. You know, you enjoy what you need to do, and it's just nice that I'd be able to talk to them. Good thing is YouTube said you can push the button. Well, the plus side on YouTube, though, the biggest plus side on YouTube, you could stream at a much higher bitrate, because Twitch is limited. So quality can be higher in YouTube. Way higher. Hey, Papit. Hey, Padawan. Internet tech support can be real crappy. I have a business account, which, by the way, was like my last resort years ago. And they honestly do a good job, but the pyramid of how they work is just really annoying. You know, I could talk with a guy who's passionate about their job, you know, who does the door-to-door, does the thing. He can only do so much. Like, he could only go so far, then he has to, you know, wait for the upper guys to, like, handle it, and it's just really irritating that way. I think it's more that I'm irritated with, you know? We're gonna hit them socials to complain. I posted instantly done. I've tried that before, finding way. It didn't work on my end. I mean, maybe I have a little bit more pull nowadays, but I don't really think so. Oh, thanks for passing by the YouTube. Yeah, good to see you guys. Twitch is testing some stuff for limited channels for bit rates, encoding on streamers, could technically stream different games in different quality settings. Ooh, I haven't come across... Oh, maybe did I come across that? Maybe I've come across it, I'm not sure. But, yeah, so, who asked it? Oh, Ashigar asked today, why am I going to 1 to 90? Okay, so based on how we did the live tutorial on the Sheenus, where I did it as my normal schedule, where I do like 1 to 120 and then 121 to 200, because of all the extra explanation and all the, like, right now, like what we're doing like the extra chatting, it extended that stream way longer than I even expected. And not to mention, I was going through the floors a lot slower than I normally do, because we were like stopping, explaining things, going through, and so it really just extended that time so much further. And it's not that I'm opposed to a longer stream, it's just because I'm literally just like talking so much about as much as I can, just trying to put it onto the run itself. It was killing my throat. Like the next day I was just like so dry with the throat. So I wanted to split this into 3 streams. So 1 to 90 is just a natural break, where it isn't because of the floors per se, it's just that machinist run took 5 hours to get to 190. And then 91 to 140 roughly is about 4.5, 5 hours too. And then I do want to do like a good bulk of it, which will be like minimum 6 hours if I do 141 to 200. That's the only word splitting. Yeah, the word bomb it was killing me. But I liked it. I mean, people were kind of engaged. You guys were kind of engaged with it. You guys were like, you know, trying to participate a little bit, and that was really cool. So in this way, this allows me to not actually worry about my time, because like there is like a hard limit in which I want to stream. Like we got up to like 4 a.m. when I did the 1 to 120, and I was starting to feel like I really need to try to wrap up here. You know, I don't want to go any further than that. So now this allows me to have a little bit more flexibility. I can be a little bit less like I need to pressure myself to keep going. So that's why it's now split into 3, and that's what we're going to be doing. So, but as a reminder, with the live tutorials, I will be interacting with chat a lot less. We're going to be having the alerts off. However, if you ask a question related to Deep Dungeon, related to Pictomancer in this respect, I might go and answer it. So that's what we're going to be looking at. So I appreciate you guys being here, and once again, if the stream gets weird, I am just going to keep going, and at least I'm getting it recorded, and I hope, crossing the fingers, it doesn't, but the past couple of days have not been good. And as I started stream today, it wasn't great, so, and I'm already at like 3% drop frames, so it's not a good start, but we'll see. I mean, worst case, I will pivot into something else, but it's okay. Like I said, I have actually a lot of things I want to get done. We have so many things. It's so hilarious now looking at the list of content that I want to go through on Deep Dungeon. There's almost too much of it, which is great. I'm covered, so... but anyway, thank you guys. How about we get started? So welcome to the live tutorial for Pictomancer. Now, Pictomancer, the reason why I'm doing this guide is because it's become a very popular job to take in, and this isn't really a personal bias. Now, I do have a personal bias with the job, to be fair. But I've been seeing from the community that a lot of people have been doing Pictomancer on their own. Like, they just have come to this conclusion that this job seems to be really good. Maybe they've seen us do runs, other people do runs. And it isn't just that, right? You can see a run happen, and then you can still decide, I'm not really sure. But people are like sticking with it. We've had up to this date and time of this video, we've had about 3 or 4 necromancers via Pictomancer. I think that says a lot for a job that's only about a month and a half-ish as of this video out, you know, since when Dawntrail got released. So we are here now. I actually have taken this job quite a bit leading into this run itself. We've done the initial run, and I've taken this in like 4 or 5 more times trying to do a challenge run at Pictomancer. So I feel like I'm going to be pretty aware of its limits, aware of its power, and I hope to showcase it to you guys that it will be understandable, consumable, and hopefully it'll help you out if you intend to take this job in for your title run. Here we're also going to start off to make the entry level a little bit lower and maybe more approachable if you're someone that's coming into the content that is new. As you can see, we have a 99.99 arm and armor, which is usually what we recommend, especially for people actually going for the title. And you can see on my hotbar here that I have a lot of sustaining potions. But what we're going to do on the run is that we're going to dip all this down to a much lower level, so that if you have a lower arm and armor for whatever reason, if maybe you just unlock Palace of the Dead, you haven't done too much of it, and you don't have as much resources, this hopefully will look to you a little bit more approachable. So we're going to dip my arm and armor to 59.59, so I'm going to be taking some of the some of the atypical away, and actually this kind of shows you how to even do it to begin with. You use you talk to this NPC, Iuna, and you do the Forging Aether Group. Every time you do one, it will be minus 10 off of your arm and armor. So we're going to do it 4 times to make it down to 59 here. These grips, by the way, are utilized for the glamour weapons that you can get, which I can show you in a second here. It's actually the same NPC that does it right over here. Request to keep your Aether Pool gear, and then you will exchange your weapons here. 3 is for the white bright weapon, and then an additional 6 is for the Kina weapon, which is the red weapon. So you need a total of 9 to get it for over here. So that's if you want to do your arm and armor and do it. So now we're at 59.59. Second to this, what we'll do is I will start with a starting kit of 20 sustaining potions. Why is it 20? Well, let's just make an assumption that maybe you did get to floor 1 to 50 somehow, some way. Maybe it's your very first time you unlock those floors, you know, maybe initially leveling your arm and armor. The 20 here is kind of maybe assuming you took the 1 potsherd, which you will get guaranteed from killing the floor 50 boss. So you'll have at least 1 potsherd. If you didn't do anything with it, and you want to go for this title, you would ideally want to go for the 20 sustaining potions. And the same NPC is who you talk to get these sustaining potions right over here. Sustaining potion, set of 20, costs 1 potsherd. Now, for the sake of this tutorial, we are going to also dump my potsherds into my saddlebag, so we have exactly 0 on our starting kit. So now, we are starting with 59.15 on arm and armor, 20 sustaining potions, and no potsherds. We're also going to start with no potions at all, and I'll explain that as we go in. We're putting a potion high quality on the bar because this is the starting potion that we will have, that we will get dropping when we kill enemies inside the content. So let's hop on into the first floor. Now, we're going to talk a lot more about the mechanics of Deep Dungeon. We're also going to highlight some notable enemies, but not so much every single enemy, because Pictomancer will actually delete a lot of things like pretty fast. So you may not even really worry about half of these enemies simply because you just kill them so fast. So okay, so now we have that starting weapon. Once we actually hit 60, we will get to that Kina weapon. And one of the reasons why starting at this 59.59, you have a silver chest right here. You can actually get upgrades this early on the floor set. We might get lucky if we get it right here. We do. Oh, and that's actually very lucky because that's a flares. That's a +3, which is the highest amount you could possibly get from one upgrade. So that's a perfect example of why starting at a low arm and armor is actually viable, because even though it's a really low chance for that to happen, it's still a chance to happen. So that's a really good starting kit. One of the things that you're going to see with Pictomancer that may be very different from a lot of jobs, we are a caster. So there's going to be a lot of slide casting movement with your GCDs. So you want to immediately get used to the idea of casting and moving right before the cast goes off. And really, you're going to have like 130 floors to actually worry about this. So get it to practice it now, etc. to get used to that whole motion, because it's going to be the key to victory for this class. One thing you'll see us do is that we are going to travel and check all of the rooms and kill all of the enemies. We want to keep our level very close to what the boss will be on this set of the floor. This set of floor will be a level 20 boss, so we want to be around that level so that we can have at least a good defense and offense against the boss. The less of a level you are against the boss, the harder it will hit, and the longer it will take to fight it. This boss in particular won't be as important, however, the next couple of bosses will be one that you have to worry about. So that's our first floor. Also notice we're hugging through the walls. We're trying to go next to the wall so we can avoid some traps as we're climbing through. There are traps in the middle of the rooms, except the spawn room. The spawn room doesn't have any traps, so keep that in mind. So this is the spawn room. As we walk away from this room, you'll see that you'll see a flag on the map at the upper right corner that indicates the spawn room. No traps there, but there are possible traps on these floors, and it is just good practice as you're leading off to kind of get used to it. Now, the spells that you'll get on Pictomancer are going to come up a little bit slower. You'll see the more power Pictomancers show up at about, what's that first one? Level 30? Level 30. So that'll happen in the 11th set. But for now, even your regular GCD is still pretty strong, even without the strength going in. Strength, which is what boosts your power. You'll see. We do some pretty good damage here. Lastly, as kind of a basic kind of thing, we are going through and fighting in hallways. So these rooms that we're walking through potentially have traps. The hallways themselves do not have traps. And also one little nice thing to note as I get into this room, we'll see if it shows up here. But the hallways sometimes have these little alleyways that exist. And they're actually kind of like, they're completely safe first and foremost, but they're actually kind of cool to get into if you want to kind of avoid patrols, which we'll see. Like this one right here, this is a big area over here that you can kind of hide away from and kind of fight enemies in the safety of this area, and instead of having to fight them in the room. Because you don't want to be fighting in the room and moving around the room since you have the risk of the traps. So we're going in, just getting these kills out of the way. A lot of these enemies that we've encountered, minus the sprite, are going to be kind of sight aggro, but usually because you're playing range, you're probably not going to worry about that too much. You're just going to hit them in like 2 GCs and they're gone. Okay, no chains there. We'll be using a lot of sprint to move along the floors. Again, we're maintaining the idea of trying to kill everything, check all the rooms. This is going to be very good on the lower floors until you hit 60, because then at 60, you don't have to kill as much anymore. You can kind of go a little bit faster, and you'll probably go really fast on Pictomancer, considering how powerful this job will be once you get to your motifs, etc. Hugging along the walls to avoid these traps. Maybe just for the sake of this, I'll kind of run down the middle. I probably don't step in a trap unless I actually do it by... Actually, we can do a sight here, which is perfect. Sight, when you do a sight, it reveals the entire map. Will also reveal the traps on the ground. So you'll see a trap right here. That's one trap. Dead center here, but if we hugged along the walls, then you would be safe. It isn't to say that hugging the walls is 100% safe. Let's just say percentage-wise, it's like 85% safe. There are some traps that can be very tricky that are right along the edge of the wall sometimes. So like even if you're hugging, you hit it, you're like, I thought it was gonna be good. I mean, you're gonna be mostly good, just not 100% good. This trap right here is a landmine. This landmine will do damage to you, but also to the enemies. I'll demonstrate right here. Boom. You want to be careful with that. I'm actually going to use that potion that we put up on our bar, the regular potion drop that we had gotten as a heal. But it does do splash damage to enemies, so you're not going to typically use that very often with this job with the DPS, but it is something just to showcase so you guys can see what it can do. And a note that we did have the high-quality potion dropping, which we just got one right now. Those are the potions you want to use for this set in particular. It's like a level-appropriate potion. Later on in the 41 plus, actually 51 plus, you'll start to get the highest tier potions, which is the max potion high quality. And if you use that here, I'll show you right here. The cooldown is 1 minute 7 seconds, and also you don't really have the percentage HP to kind of get that full power anyway, whereas a high quality potion is 22 seconds and it's going to give you like a max heal at 200 HP. So it is appropriate for your current level to use those potions that you get. And we started with basically one of everything, just so you can see like, okay, you still get like enough on the run. You don't get that much, but you get enough on the run to survive at least the floor 1 to 10 set. I will use the Affluence since we're overcapped. What Affluence does is that it will have a chance of increasing the amount of chests that show up on the next floor, which is good as you're kind of building your power-ups and your Pomanders. Not to mention, we'd be definitely looking for silver chests. Sir Simba says, the very first set also consists of always 4 rooms, always. That is also true. That's actually one of the little tidbits that when you say that out loud, there'll be people who are like, wait, really? Even up till now? But yeah, the first set, it's like the only set in all of Deep Dungeon where the first 10 floors will be consistently 4 rooms every single time. And it makes sense all there. There's a trap. Actually, this was just off the wall. I was kind of going on an angle. Turned into a frog trap. Reduces our HP by 270% of 100%. We can't do any action, so it's not that great. It lasts 20 seconds. But you also see my HP stay at 170, but my cap was, I think, like 120, 130. You want to be careful with that, especially on the higher floors. But yeah, it is 4 rooms, so I mean, if you want to keep track of it, great. But just go through all the rooms and then make your way to the exit. Again, we're doing this for the sake of XP. Highly recommended as an idea to do when you are doing this more as the first time. I think people who will start to get used to the run, who will be maybe on their, like, you know, maybe their 5th, 6th plus run, you can kind of go a little bit faster as you get used to the content. But this is in relation to someone trying to do it for the first time. And we also just unlocked one of the most important skills for Pictomancer, which is the Tempera Coat. I don't think I said that right. I'm gonna look at the actual skill to make sure I said it correctly. I did say it right, the Tempera Coat, which is really good, and we'll talk about that as we use it. Silver chests have a chance to explode, aside from giving you arm and armor, and also not giving you arm and armor. That is 70% of your max HP on that one, and you want to always make sure that you're above 70%, so you can see my percentage of my HP where my name is. Always be above 70%. Another easy way to keep that in mind, never open a silver chest until you are full HP. That's going to be a really, really good habit to do. Because many people have died in Deep Dungeon because they blew up to a silver chest. And I've done it before, many people in the past have done it before, so, you know, unfortunately, it may also be something where, like, you just have to have it happen. and you just have to die to it, and then it'll just, like, it'll click. It's like, oh, okay, I need to make sure I don't do this. But it is a thing you do want to be concerned about. And more so because we are checking silver chests, since our arm and armor is not capped. Now, if your arm and armor is capped, you really don't have to check silver chests at all. You can actually go through the entire run without checking a single silver chest. Now, the explosion that happened is splash damage, so it does hit other enemies if they're within vicinity. But that is definitely a strategy we like to utilize a little bit more on, say, the tanks and healers. You can utilize it on a DPS, but it's not something that is not necessary. Like, it's just like kind of a fun thing to do, if you will. So, like I said, you could really get through an entire 1 to 200 climb on Pictomancer and never touch a silver chest if your arm and armor is kept. So I'm not 100% sure if 1 to 3 the silver chests do not explode. I can almost guarantee that floor 1 will not explode. I'm just not sure about 2 and 3. To be honest, I don't open very many silver chests on a typical run, so that's not something that I've done enough of my testing with. Although, to be fair, something like DD Companion might have something like that, so... Alright, we're moving through the floors. Like I said, I will highlight enemies that are kind of worth discussing as we go through the floors, which are going to be about 2 of them that we'll see in a bit. But the enemies with Pictomancer, even with its regular GCDs, are just dying very quickly. And we still don't even have a strength on. So I'm going to pop this Affluence, because we are still overcapped in the Affluence. Here's actually the first one we can talk about, which is the Dung Beetle. The Dung Beetle is a patrol, which means it moves around the floors. It is also proximity, so you do want to kind of take care of them if they're in your way. But what's kind of notable about these guys is that they kind of have a Tank Buster, which is their Beetle Dive. And if you're kind of a little bit of a lower level, well, actually 15 versus 12 here, it does do a decent amount of damage compared to what a lot of things will do up in here. So you do want to kind of mind that. on the lower floors, it will become a little bit more of a problem, more so if you actually aggro a couple of them all at once. And that could be where it gets a little treacherous. You definitely want to handle them one at a time. The second important one to talk about is the Palace Hornet, which is also proximity. These guys have Final Sting, and these guys use Final Sting rather quickly within its rotation. Typically, if you're fighting it one-on-one, you will probably kill it before it even gets to Final Sting. But in the case you see Final Sting, the way around it, you can just run away from it. Just be really far away from it. It doesn't cast it, nor does it recast it until the cooldown is back. This will actually be a solid demonstration of if you have to deal with multiple, because I can almost assume that this one will get into another Final Sting here. But basically just run away from it. The actual range in which you're safe is like a melee range. It's almost like max melee that you can avoid the bees, but look, you're a caster, dude. Just like run to Narnia and don't even worry about it, right? Just keep doing those slide casts as you're going through, and you're perfectly fine. Spawn rooms do not have traps, that is absolutely right. By killing through this Hippogriff, there is a silver chest that is coming up here. The chances of you getting an upgrade on a silver chest down here, again, is extremely abysmal, but there is a chance, like we just got on the first floor. So you do want to check them out, and like it just means you're getting to 99 even faster by the time you get to those higher floors. We are maintaining killing everything on the floor to kind of keep our level at pace here. Final Sting will do about 70%, 80% of your max HP. It will not directly kill you. So the reason why most people are ended up dying to it is because, one, you're probably not using a sustaining potion down here to heal yourself. And by the time the bee, like, if you're just fighting the bee mano-a-mano and standing in place, it probably chunked your HP down for a little bit, and then you get hit with Final Sting, and you're probably below that threshold already, if that makes sense. That's why most people tend to die to that move. But it is a very common killer for many people's first-time runs. But again, the best way to handle it is literally just keep away from it. And as you're naturally doing it with the casting and the slide casting, also keep observing. I'm gonna try to say this like ad nauseum about slide casting, because it's going to be one of the biggest things you're going to take advantage of with Pictomancer. Now, one thing, we are on floor 7. Floor 7 begins the possibility of bronze chests. Now, it's very likely we don't actually see a bronze chest, but the bronze chests do start showing up at 7, and they can be mimics. Mimics can show up from only bronze chests from floor 7 to floor 29. And in this floor set in particular, a mimic is not really too much of a worry because you will be above its level. But into the next set and the set after that, mimics will be a little bit annoying if you find them a little early into the run. But if that happens, we'll talk about it. But it is something to note that it is the first time that you will start seeing bronze chests on this floor. You actually don't see it 1 to 6 at all. The differences of a gold, silver, and bronze chest. So I can go over it for the sake of that. So as we've been going through, we kind of explained the silver chest already, that it gives you the arm and armor, it has a chance to explode, and it is the one way that you are going to level your arm and armor. The gold chests are your method of getting your power-ups, which you see the Pomanders, the Pomander of Steel, Pomander, so on and so forth. Now the bronze chest, what they do drop, aside from the possibility of being mimics this low, is that they are, they could give you the appropriate potion for this set, actually potentially for the next set as well. So you may get a multiple potions or multiple high potions if you open the chest. They are also your source of potsherds, which is the key to getting your sustaining potions that we had started with and I showed you earlier at the beginning of this run, which are the key to really a lot of the victories for doing Deep Dungeon, that it gives you that passive regen item specifically for Palace of the Dead. It also gives you a Phoenix Down, but the problem with the Phoenix Down is that it only works on someone else, so it doesn't really do anything other than take up an item slot, but you do get that as well. So bronze chests are definitely chests that you do want to check, because of the possibility that it's giving you that all-important posture, so you don't want to skip those. And for the sake of our run right now, we don't want to skip silver chests because we need that arm and armor. And of course, you don't want to skip gold chests because you don't get power-ups if you skip the gold chest. There is something special we can do on Pictomancer when it involves bronze chests. We'll see if I can if we'll get the opportunity to do so. But definitely stay tuned if that situation comes into mind. It'll make a lot more sense only if it happens. Otherwise, we'll just pass on it. Maintaining our kill count here. Again, that Hornet was long dead before it even became a problem. We might be able to even down this Beetle. Yeah, it'll get it off. We can line of sight this, by the way, like that. If you want to avoid that Rhino attack. It isn't necessary. You saw it hit us with steel earlier, so it's not overly threatening. But line of sighting certain enemy abilities are a strategy that we do utilize a lot in Deep Dungeon. And what I did there was I just ran around a solid wall as it was casting it, so it couldn't completely cast. I know people have asked me what the Beacon of Return does. It's only for groups and once activated resurrects someone. It does absolutely nothing for solo, but it is meant for more parties. And it does have its own separate kill count too, but it is kind of like a completely forgotten mechanic if you're by yourself in here, because there's no way you can actually utilize it for your runs. It just essentially exists and takes up space. Okay, steel. Using that steel. So, what are my thoughts on Pictomancer? I'll keep it to what my thoughts are on Pictomancer, why we're here today. Turgai. The reason why I wanted to do a Pictomancer live tutorial is because I think it may become a very popular job for people to try to use to try to get the title. I think the news is spreading that this job has a lot of potential. I think people are seeing runs of this job and seeing like, oh man, it's really strong. And then trying it themselves, and then not just that, but actually sticking with it. And with all that being said, I think Picto could be in an argument of being maybe one of the favorite choices for Necromancer. And I spent a lot of time on this job already to get a good understanding ever since its release. And we'll definitely show you kind of like hopefully a good amount of variety with this job of what it's capable of and how to handle things. Even if you don't have its full power going, because that's the only thing that I'm a little bit worried about with this job, is that we can show off its power, and we could show you the insane burst that it will have later on, but if that burst doesn't exist and you're still fighting something, what do? You know, what's the game plan? So hopefully we'll kind of showcase all of that, and it'll make sense. And kind of try to equip you with as much information on the run to be ready for, if not all the situations possible when utilizing this job. So our level now is 20, which is perfectly fine now because we are now matching the boss. It is not as essential to be that way on this boss, but it is something that snowballs into your benefit by keeping these levels up. One thing I will recommend for the boss, now we were benefited with like 20 steals on this run, a little exaggerating, but I will recommend that you go with a strengthened steel going into the boss. So I will pop the strength. As a first-time runner, as someone doing this for the first time, it will be a very solid habit to have a strengthened steel for basically all of the bosses climbing up. As you get more used to it, it's going to be something that you can bypass and not have to do. So just keep that in mind as you're going through. Now, a couple checklists that we'll do here. We have the strength, we have the steel. As another point in mind, we are using the high-quality potions here on our hotbar, not the max potions, and if you have any hyper potions, not any of those or any super potions. We are using these potions to keep us up. Also, usually, I will like to pop a lust here. You can actually kill this boss with only a lust, but for the sake of, let's say you're missing out and you didn't get the lust, or, you know, maybe you just want to see the mechanics of the boss, we'll just do this boss normally. And also the shield will come into play as well. I want to actually pop the shield right at the beginning, because what this thing will do will be a little bit of a tank buster double hit. Maybe it breaks my shield, it does not. Oh, it did break the shield. So that temp perk code, if it gets broken, it will reduce the cooldown by a whole minute. It's a 2-minute cooldown, but it shaves 60 seconds off that cooldown. So you kind of want to time it if you're using that shield on something that could break, and that is the one time when it could break outside of you actually standing in an AoE intentionally. So we're just maintaining our damage with the slide casting. Again, slide casting is key for Pictomancer here. Always moving after the cast and getting that motion as we go along here. I will probably pop that regular potion coming in a second. It's not necessary. I'll pop it right now, actually, because we're going to get the tank buster. You can see it's like a full heal, essentially. And that's the appropriate potion that you want to utilize here. So you will heal, no problem, no sustaining potion, no nothing here. We're staying with that starting 20 sustaining potion. And we're probably not even going to use the sustaining potion until, like, maybe, like, 80 or something. We'll get away with a lot of things in here without having to use that single potion. So that is floor 1 to 10. Nice basic, a lot of introduction with the job and everything, so that's our starting kit. Okay, now let me catch up in chat. Let me catch up with everyone. We'll take the time here. I'll kill the music here. I'll actually bring in the thingy. First and foremost, Megapod, thank you for the 20 gift subs. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for that support. And I know we had a little donation from Exalted as well, so thank you for that. Cheers. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay, so Turgai, I didn't want to mention Viper as we were going through that, only because I wanted to stick it with Pictomancer to kind of keep it there. But Viper is in a completely different area versus Picto. Picto is in a really good spot. Viper is like questionable for Palace and Heaven on High, but it is a lot better in EO. And I think they equalize a lot more in Eureka Orthos, especially Picto. Like, Picto starts, like, mega high, and then starts to drop off a little bit, and then gets a little bit closer in EO, whereas Viper starts really low, and then kind of goes up as you go through the content. So that's how you kind of look at it there. The floors I died on when going for my clear one was 93, 90, 95, 7, 97, died to a Toe Jab and Hornet combo. Oh, the 7. It's funny how the early floor is just like, oh, yeah, early death. Your EO clear was Pictomancer, says Caroline. I can't confirm, it feels really powerful. MMH, I am gonna stop at 90 because this live tutorial type of run takes a lot longer to get through than my usual schedule. And like basically 90, there's no real specific reason it's 90 other than timing. Like this should take roughly about 5 hours unless I talk a lot more. So that's why it's specifically 90. Let me go from bottom to up from Twitch here. Very high burst, that's right. Thank you for all the guys, says Rebecca. I just started my second run after failing my first at floor 159. That's so good. Too bad you didn't get to see the boss. Rebecca, what job were you going on, by the way? It's the only job that can kill detonates on before the first mini hits. Yeah. Yeah, it is really the only job that can pull it off. Machinists can't even do that. It's insane. I hope on the live on this run we can demonstrate the 1 kill. Although it's funny because I think no, actually we don't demonstrate it. There's a reason. Because well, actually, okay, hold on. That's interesting. It's funny because in this specific instance, right? So when we did Machinist, I was taking into consideration the idea of a free trial. But Picto won't get to a free trial for a very long time. So that means the idea of using a tincture is probably more viable. So yeah, maybe we try to go for an early behemoth kill because at this point, if you're trying to do Pictomancer, you have the full game. You're probably not seeing this on a free trial for like 6 years from now. So that means you don't have to worry about those little details of like, well, food is an issue because you may not have food. You can't do tinctures unless you craft them. Yeah, okay. I know someone mentioned about food. I wanted to not mention food only because you probably, to me, food doesn't really matter at this low. Like, it'll be a little bit better on the higher floors, but yeah, I was thinking like in my free trial brain, but we're on a job that isn't free trial. Okay. Thanks, Megapod. Megapod pops in, drops the subs, and then leaves. Damn. Oh, and Gibbs gets one too. Nice. How you guys rate Pictomancer tier list? So Purify, to your question earlier, to me, it's really high up there. I don't know if I could say that it's going to be better than, if it's better than, like, Machinist and Warrior, but I think there's a lot of arguments that it can be a really good job, like, super good job. And it's one of those things where I personally would just want to put it out there, present it to you, and then you can kind of determine, because you're still talking about playstyles, right? I still feel like there's going to be a hold-off because it's a caster. People may not like casters in general, so it's like, I'll go with the non-caster Machinist or the tanky Warrior. But then you do have people like myself who actually love the casters, and you might see the power of this, and you're like, oh, this is actually pretty fun. So, Carson, good to see you. Thanks for all these gift subs. Holy moly. Thank you for mentioning a couple of things. I was skimming it through. And like I said, I'll get to some of them. I may skip on some of them, but you can line aside the beetle. It's not much, but it's honest work. It is, yeah. You mentioned Stay Brokey, how you doing? You mentioned a starter kit. Food is recommended. Food is... I mean, food is like... It's good, like I was mentioning, but I don't use it this low. Like, the only time I actually started using food is really at, like, 121. So you can get away with it. I mean, you could use it lower, but really, like, the score runners are using it lower more than anything. Honestly, see, I don't like tier lists, right? So that's why I'm so dodgy with the question, because I don't really like tier lists. All I can tell you, Purify, in my opinion, is that it does a really, really good job. It has very good strengths, but it definitely has some clear weaknesses. But it has a lot of potential to get through things that you may originally be scared about. You know, like an Anzu, you know, like you could do, like, to me, Anzu's or whatever on Pictomancer, which you don't see on, like, literally every other job. It says a lot, so, yeah, there's a lot going for Pictomancer in the positive direction, and actually, in this coming up floor set, you'll see the power that it really has in general, which is great, so, yeah, hopefully I caught up. Again, if so I'll do the review of what we're doing here. We're recording a new live tutorial. In the floors, I will be very limited on responding to chat unless it's related to the run, because this is going straight to YouTube, right? With some edits, of course. So, but if you ask a question that's kind of pertinent, I'll try to read it as, like, in between my stream of consciousness, and then I'll probably try to get to it if it's pertinent. But it'll be a lot more just me just, like, talking and just, like, responding and just kind of saying things that are relevant to the run. And then I'll catch up with you guys in between the floors, so that's what we're doing. 1-2-3 slide casting is very nice because it's a fast cast. If you've played healers and are accustomed to slamming one button, you'll enjoy Picto between burst refills. Yeah, and I'm also curious, Ashigar, like, you know, one of the things that I personally struggle with is peeling it back and dialing it back to someone who's looking at this for the first time, right? Like that sentence that you said there, right? If you're used to this, if you're used to that, but what if the player isn't used to anything? So it's like almost like how do I properly explain it that we can make it so that you now understand it, you know? Oh yes, Kieran. Do I want access to Valve's new game? What's Valve's new game? I don't even know what the new game is. My default answer is probably no. The only reason I say no is because I don't think I can give it time, and I would rather that go to someone who actually is going to give it time. But, Deadlock? What's Deadlock? I don't know what Deadlock is. Hold on, let me see. Oops, I typed it wrong. It occurs when the process or thread enters a waiting state because the requested system... Okay, that's not it. New shooter. The Verge. Deadlock. Is it a... Oh, MOBA shooter? No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for offering, though. I don't do MOBA shooters. As a caster job, picked is a very nice... Yeah, that's what I think, Ashgard, yeah. Yeah, hopefully, like, I'll make it very clear. Yeah, okay, thank you, Kieran, I appreciate it. Thanks for bringing it up, though, it means a lot. Like, I appreciate you, like, coming to me and asking me that, because sometimes, you know what? Sometimes you never know. There's a lot of games that come across my radar that I keep in the back of my brain, and sometimes someone just says, it's like, oh yeah, I was looking at this one, you know? Did I try the new Sam? I did. Caroline, you know what I want to do, Caroline? So we're in the middle of that EO project of trying to clear 1 to 10 with no arm and armor. After I'm done with that project, I want to see if I can clear Samurai, starting at no arm and armor, and see how far I can get on Samurai, because I was extremely impressed with new Samurai in EO. Like, it was really freaking good. So we'll see. That's gonna come in maybe in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I should hopefully finish the EO project by Monday, I think. So I know I wasn't really. I mean, I was initially interested in that game, but I saw that come up. I had it on. I have it wishlisted, but I'm good. I'm passing the game. Then the cast would go off, so a bit of kiting and Pictomancer. Did you guys know about the... This is something that Velvet taught me, and I'm going to mention this later on when we need to do this. But did you guys know about where if you do a hard cast, and you do a slide cast, like you move before the cast finishes, you can actually sprint while that's happening and still get a full sprint? I didn't know that. She taught me that. Thanks, I appreciate it, Kieran. Yeah, it's like... It's so weird, like, the whole idea was, like, new to me, so I gave it a shot, and it wasn't even ping-related. It was, like, just consistent. So you just, like, you do a hard cast, and then as you... Wait, can I do it on Red Mage? I can do it on Red Mage, right? So if I do a hard cast and I move... Well, okay, it doesn't do it, because I'm freaking out of combat. But, like, if you were to do that in combat and actually hit the target, you'll get a full sprint. Hey Cog, how you doing, man? Hope the rest of your stream was well. Okay. I hope I don't have to clear my throat, dude. I always clear my throat during these ones. Anyway, I'm gonna hit an ad here, and then we're gonna go into the next set, 11 to 20. I do appreciate you guys being here. Last bit about the thing. My connection has been a little wonky, so if the connection gets weird, you can tell me it's happening, but I'm just gonna keep going on with the show, even if it goes down, so hopefully it doesn't, because that's gonna be really freaking annoying. But that's what we'll do. So anyway, BRB, thank you for watching. Ads going out, and we'll step into 11 to 20 going in. Okay. Okay, 11 to 20. Now, we've successfully got past the 20, the last set 1 to 10. At level 20, the boss is level 20, we are currently level 20, which is a really good start to go for, because when you go into this next floor set, the boss is 35. And I will say this set, 11 to 20, is actually one of the first walls for many people. There's actually, right away, I can actually talk about this right now before we get in. But anyway, this is one of the first walls for a lot of people. People tend to die on the boss, floor 20 boss, and a lot of the deaths that occur from there is because you are a big level disparity from the boss. You'll see people at 31, 32, and the boss is 35, and that boss trucks you. And especially if you're someone who may not have many sustaining potions or no sustaining potions at all, there's no actual heal that you're gonna get out of it. And that's why you die, because the damage is intense. Now, one thing we will do, we will now transition from the potions here into the high potions. We're gonna drop them into our hotbar here. I'm also just gonna dump this because just so we can start at 0. You'll get them as you kill, and the enemies on the floor set are not going to be that difficult unless we get unlucky with a mimic. So you'll try to pick them up along the way. Now, we will open with a Strength and Steel on this floor set as well, something that I will have a theme on as you're trying to level yourself. Opening with a Strength on the first floor will help you go a little bit faster, but also kind of keep your power level and your strength against the enemies at a nice, respectable part, so you can kill things pretty fast while you're XPing. Lastly, one of the things I remember watching someone do one time is that when they were going through and they hit floor 20, they went into transformation. They were using a lust, and they never kicked out a lust while they were dying because they didn't know that you can kick out a lust. One recommendation I will have for you guys is having this macro, status off transfiguration. I believe with controller you can't have the quotation marks. Don't quote me, but keep that in mind. This macro right here, the giant X, is right over here on my hotbar. This button will kick you out of the transformation if you use it. If you use a lust, a rage, and later on a Karibu. A mouse can click it off. You can actually come over here, click it off, right-click it, so on and so forth. But this button is so much better because you won't accidentally click off anything that you may not want to, even if you're using a mouse. So this is going to be something that's going to be nice to have in your hotbar as you go through, and we'll talk about it if we use it on the run. Current armor is 62, 60, 59. We picked up one upgrade on floor 1, and we checked a couple silver chests, haven't gotten yet, but this is about normal. You're probably gonna get to about like 63-ish by the time we clear 50, but it's still gonna be worth checking those silver chests for a little bit of a chance at the upgrade. So let's hop in 11 to 20. Let's do it. And you're gonna see Pictomancer's power start to show up here as well. We're opening with a strength and steel. It's okay that we had only one strength. Don't worry, more than likely we're gonna pick it back up. Since we have 3 fortunes, I'm going to recommend that you pop a fortune here to kind of keep it uncapped. What fortune does, you can see the description there, increases the chance for enemies to drop a chest. It's like, you know, it's a chance. But a lot of times when you're trying to figure out when to use those certain palms, fortune in particular, one of the things is that if it's capped, that's my excuse to kind of just burn it here. And especially because we are killing everything, at least you get to kind of have a high chance of potentially, you know, maybe seeing a drop, so on and so forth. We're getting these kills in. You're going to see that I will fight along the edge of the hallways, not going into the room, because we are trying to avoid potential traps in the room. As a reminder, the spawn room doesn't have a trap, but all of these rooms here have a trap. So, especially us being a caster, we can stay within the hallway, which we call this a hallway. There are no traps in the hallway as we're going through. This is our first instance of what we will call a donut room. A little bit more treacherous on this floor set and this floor layout versus the previous one, because everything feels so tight here that there is definitely a possible chance that you will get to a trap. So one thing I would recommend is either have a clear path from your starting point to the next room, or clear the entire room first before you traverse through the room. So if you hit a trap, at least you're not going to be dragging something with you or causing a lot of tragedy because you're going to die when you go through there. Now here's a very interesting thing we can try to do that I can first demonstrate. The mimics will be about level 27 here. We are currently level 22. One special thing we can do on Pictomancer is a little bit of a casting trick. So, with this bronze chest has a chance of giving us a Phoenix Down, a potion appropriate, either a high potion or maybe the next one coming in, or from 7 to 30, it can be a possible mimic. Opening mimics this low on like the first floor, second floor, the level disparity is pretty big. One thing that we can do that's specific to Pictomancer and casters, as we're casting our spell here, we will check this chest. Let's see what happens, right? Cast, check the chest. So, okay, perfect. Thank you very much for showing me, game. So, what happened there, I'm gonna actually demonstrate that one more time. So, if this was an item, this would drop in my inventory mid-cast, but because I'm casting here, and I hit this chest, it'll say, unable to execute the command while casting. I know for 100% fact that this thing is actually a mimic because that happened, because it will give an error if it's a mimic. So, since I know this is a mimic, I can talk about this. Because of our level disparity, there are actually a handful of things that you want to keep in mind. This mimic's going to hit you pretty hard. Now, because of the level difference, there's actually a high chance you will miss, because you will get an accuracy decrease if your level is not equal to this level. One, having the steel is very important, because that will allow you to defend against the damage that's coming in. Two, a witching could be very important here to kind of keep it a little bit easier to kill. Now, there's a possibility you actually don't kill this fast enough and we'll get infatuation off. And currently, if we get infatuation, that's actually really bad because we don't have the one thing that can remove it. So we're gonna pop the mimic here, and we're gonna do a couple hits on it first. You'll see how much damage we're doing. You'll see how much damage it will do to me. A little respectable amount. So again, recommendation here, if you get a mimic this low, pop the witching so it becomes a little bit easier. It actually turned into a toad, which is a lot easier to handle. And boom, we kill. So that's our mimic check over there. So that's a fantastic explanation. I'm glad I can showcase that because sometimes you probably don't get that in there. Now, with the Witching Pomander, description here, transforms all targets within range into a frog, an imp, or a chicken. Each of those different types of things that it changes into do different things. Now, they're only going to auto-attack, so don't think about, like, you know, they're going to do, like, different abilities or whatnot, but it's more about the amount of damage that they actually go through. A frog will hit you for the minimal amount of damage, like 10% of its actual amount of damage. It'll hit, like, single-digit, double-digit. If it's a chicken, it's hitting roughly about half the amount of damage it would normally do, and an imp will do about 70-80% of its normal damage. So an imp is a little bit more threatening than than a chicken or a toad. Also, since you are a caster, one thing to definitely note is that if it changes into an imp, the higher level imps have a possibility of actually canceling your hard casts, which is super annoying for casters, but hopefully when you will only really have to worry about that on the higher floors. So we continue here through this. Again, we're maintaining killing everything to try to keep our level up. One thing to note about the Mimic we just killed, it does give a bonus amount of XP. You're not going to see in my chat log, but I'm going to scroll up here for a second. The kills that we're getting XP-wise, like the toads and everything, we're getting 235, 263 XP. The frog that we just killed is 348. 549. The Mimic we killed gave me 2,682 XP. So they do also give bonus XP, like a large amount of XP. To be fair, it was a bigger level disparity, so that's one of the reasons, but they are going to give you some of the most XP on the floor set, if you run into them. Hopping is safe because I ran past it. Does that work for silver and gold chests? It does not. It is very specific to bronze chests. And again, the reason why that works for bronze chests is because the bronze chests have a chance of giving you an item that immediately drops into your inventory. So actually, one other strat that you can do, if you're walking up to a bronze chest, if you are in a lust or rage, which we'll demonstrate that a little later once we get them, you can actually open bronze chests in a lust, in a transformation. But you cannot do that with a silver or a gold chest. Maybe the best way I can explain it is that the silver and the gold chest work with the system within the game, system within this game mode that's like bound to like something that isn't an actual item. That's why it needs to have a clear interaction, not something that's kind of blocking it. Alright, again, we're maintaining the kill count here. Something I recommend for newer gamers right now to try to keep your XP up. And it may feel like it's taking a lot of time, you know, you may feel like you're going slower, but trust me, if in terms of trying to get consistent on your run, and in terms of trying to, you know, get to those high floors as often as possible, doing something like this, at least in the initial get-go, is a good habit to have. You can start speeding up a little bit, especially if, like, let's say you're on attempt number 3, 4, 5, and you've built your sustaining potions, you can get through, like, okay, here's an example. Even if I'm fighting something that's like 10 levels higher than me and it's doing like 1/3 of my HP every hit, the sustaining potion is going to heal you for like all of your HP per tick. So you could spam sustaining potions this low to kind of survive that, just so you can go faster. But for a lot of people, the sustaining potions are a little bit of a luxurious luxurious item that you don't want to waste on the lower floors. So this is a good way to kind of keep the usage of it at a lower pace, and that's what we're also using because we're starting off with only a 20 start of sustainings and no potshers. So we don't want to start wasting it on the lower floors when we really want to have it on the higher floors. There is a bronze chest. Ooh, actually, we'll do the bronze chest check again. So let me pull this over here. I'm gonna do that check again. Perfect. Coming in. So we can, as we're mid-casting here, we can check this bronze chest. If it gets an item, it goes straight to my inventory mid-cast. I'm gonna cast, check. Okay, so see here, because we cast the spell as we're opening the bronze chest, and then I got the Phoenix down, that's how we were, that means that's not a Mimic. If it was a Mimic, we get an error message and it wouldn't open, but because it wasn't a Mimic, the thing just came in, and we got that item midway, so I know that's not a Mimic going in. We'll continue to kill through here, just to maintain our level going through. Alteration, you won't see me use alterations very often. Also, just notice that we have Smudge now. Smudge is going to be one of the biggest things that you'll be using on this run, because it is going to be big movement every 20 seconds. I usually use Smudge more for the movement than for escaping, so definitely keep that in mind as you're going through. Now we're gonna try to make it all the way to the exit. I may check those other rooms as we're going through, and yeah, so far so good. I mean, we were going like really slow on this first floor because I went through that long explanation. But here we're going to explain one thing that's really important to have. It's the Palace Slime, one of the biggest killers of the run for people. give it a lot of respect. Make sure you fight it along the hallway. This guy has essentially a hardened rage. In about 23-24 seconds, this thing will explode using a move called Rapture and just be like an entire raid-wide hit, and it will clean you out even with steel on. So you want to make sure that you give that thing a lot of respect. Fighting in the hallway, just make sure it dies before you start moving. So be very careful with that. Using alterations lower down is a good thing to cut time because the mimics and organs give a lot of XP. That is also true. But one thing, I mean, you can totally do that if you want to. I will avoid that only, like, if you want to use an alteration on these floors, you probably want to do it, like, on the 5th floor later, because, you know, if you're not used to the high disparity of the levels, it still might kick your butt if it's a mimic. But it also isn't that necessary. The XP boost is really nice, though. Here, I got Silence, but one thing that maybe I probably should have mentioned in the beginning, but it might be nice to have, is having Echo Drops, because you are a caster. So I typically do have Echo Drops in my inventory, and we use them to bypass that Silence trap if I were to hit it. Again, a little bit more unique to a caster, because you are casting spells. Do score runners sometimes forget about Slime and Rage potentially ending their runs? I would say they probably do, yeah. I mean, you know, you do want to give it a priority with the slimes, especially if you're doing big pools, and you're managing the entire floor. They have to die, because 23 seconds is very fast. It's a lot faster here than on the higher floors for that explosion to go off. Can you line of sight Rapture? So, I want to say mechanically, Gavindel, you should be able to. The only problem is with the cave floors in Palace of the Dead specifically, not Eureka Orthos, but specifically Palace of the Dead, it's very finicky. Also, the Rapture is an instant attack, so the likelihood of you creating distance away from the slime by the time it casts it is probably not possible. So just in terms of just mechanically and the way the room and the way the enemy is designed, you're probably not going to be successful in LOSing it, but it might be doable. Alright, maintaining our kills here. Again, I'm trying to kill in the hallways here so that we can try not to hit a trap while we're fighting something. The sight will be very useful. It gives you a good look. Oh, lol, look at this trap. Okay, wait, we're gonna hit that trap in a little bit. Let me kill this first. Also, I'm gonna pop a new Shank and Steel in a little bit here too, just for the sake of demonstration here. Actually, maybe just a Steel. We'll do a Steel here. Also gonna pop a Affluence before we go in. Okay, Cobra, since we aggroed it. The Cobras are not overly bad at all. They're gonna be a little bit scarier later on. Now, one thing, if you saw, that Stone Gaze, I dodged it even though I ran behind it. It is a 360 Stone Gaze, and it does petrify you for like 20 seconds-ish. It's not gonna be an instant kill, but it is very annoying if you get that petrify. So you want to definitely be respectful of that gaze coming in. Everything else is kind of whatever. We can demonstrate one more time with the bronze chest tech. So I'm going to come to this toad, I'm going to go mid-cast, then check the chest runs to go in. Okay, that is a potion. See, so the chest opened mid-casting, unlike that first chest we did that had the mimic, so it'll go straight into my inventory. Okay, let me drop this Ergonite, and then we'll walk along the wall. So this is a perfect example right here of even if you're hugging the wall in specifically a donut room, why you want to give this a lot of respect. Ready? I'm going to walk along. Yep, we hit it anyway, even when I do that. So, gotta be careful with the donut room. This is the one layout of the room that I want to be just give it a big note on, because of stuff like that can happen. Move out of that after the sticky tongue. It does a point-blank combination. It pulls you in, followed by that point-blank. Okay. Gonna come here, check this room. There is a silver chest that I want to get to. Gonna maintain the kills as well. I'm probably gonna skip these three because we've been here actually pretty long. Opening that chest mid-combat, making sure my HP is high when I do that. You do not want to be below 70% when you open that chest. I don't remember the chest was. Oh, site. Okay, we go to the next floor. Getting closer and closer to unlocking the first bit of Pictomancer's main power. We open it with an affluence on the next floor. I'm gonna probably open a fortune as well, since we are back at 3 for the fortune. Fortune in. Maintaining a strength and a steal for the boss, because we would definitely like that for the boss. Now, I can already see where the exit is. You see the blue orb? That's the exit. So in terms of me checking these rooms, I want to go away from the exit so I can check all the other rooms. That's one way to also already see that exit, to kind of see where that little ball is. So sometimes you'll see me kind of move along in that fashion to do that. Once again, we'll do the oh, actually echo drop here. The Nanka is sound, and you'll see when we're walking along it, we are RP walking. There is a button that exists on the keyboard, and controller can hit, I think, one of the buttons to walk, or you could toggle a button. You'll see in the upper right corner, you'll see the image of a walking person to indicate that you are actually walking. That is what we like to joke RP walking, and anything that aggroes sound, like the Nanka, will not aggro because we're walking like this. Now, if I disengage the walk and I move around it, it will aggro like this. So that is a case of sound aggro and the RP walking. Now I'm gonna cast, check the chest. That's another high potion. Probably not gonna see a mimic anymore. That was really lucky or unlucky, you could say, that we got a mimic on that first floor, but that's still a good little practice that you can do on specifically Pictomancer. Okay, killing all these guys over here. This is a donut room, so I want to clear this up before I walk through. Everything in this room is pretty much sound. So I'm basically, my priority here for kills is actually going to be the exit. I want to clear the exit here. But also, since we have that fortune rolling, I do want to I want to get these kills going because we had a drop. Actually, we have 2 drops here. I'm going to do that bronze check chest again. It is another high potion. Another pop over there. Since the chests are dropping off, then I want to get these kills for sure. Popping this here. So, the chest, if it explodes, it does 70% of your max HP. It will also do 70% of the enemy's max HP. So you saw me trying to open that chest when we were mid-combat. There's a chance I could actually kill the enemy for free. Again, advanced strategy, not something you have to do, but something that it's good to know that it exists. Sight, we'll just use it. I'm also going to use another... Oh, here's another example. Okay, this I think is along the wall. Yep. That's another example of a trap along the wall, so... Just to give you a little bit more paranoia about hugging walls. You know, hey, hug the walls, you know, you avoid traps. Sometimes. But, again, we kept that risk very low. Why did we keep it low? Is because we cleared the room first, right? Now, watch my HP. My HP is at 69.9%. Did you see that when I came out of the Toad? I've seen people die this way. They walk up to the silver chest after the Toad, they're spamming enter, and once they pop out of the Toad, they hit the chest, it explodes, it kills them, because you're under that 70% threshold. So you want to be very careful if you approach a silver chest while transforming. You don't want to have that wombo combo killing you like that, because that'll be very bad. Not the greatest thing to happen on a run. Always full of respect, because the Toad trap will drop your HP down to 70%, in this case 69.9. It's very scary and one of those tiny things that you may not realize until you kind of just blow yourself up. Okay, I'm gonna do the casting check on the coffer here. Nope. And welcome to level 30 on Pictomancer. So you saw us doing our single G cities on these enemies. I would say from the most part, it probably doesn't look any different than a lot of jobs. This is where Pictomancer will shine. Now, one of the biggest things that gives Pictomancer a massive advantage. These motifs, if you don't know how Pictomancer functions, out of combat, it is an instant cast out of combat. So let me demonstrate it in combat. So if I aggro this Bilico, which is a patrol site, if I cast my motif, my top one, see the cast, I'm painting! You know, that's like a really long cast to go for. And then I pop it with this damage. We'll talk about that damage a little bit after that. But that's the hard cast there. Now, the same button, which actually changed into the next motif, if I do it out of combat, instant cast, and it preps our next ability, which is our big hits. And this is where the damage of Pictomancer really starts to show up. And we'll try to explain this in kind of a consistent manner so you kind of get used to it as well. But what I definitely recommend is that you want to hard cast a regular GCD and then use your instant cast thereafter. And you'll see the damage that gets outputted is insane. And every time you have that instant cast, in this case, you always want to combo it with the hard cast, so you get that extra damage starting off. It also helps you a little bit to get into the habit of maybe doing one of your spells with enemies nearby, because all of those spells from Pictomancer are AoE, and you don't really want to pull something with you, pull multiple, unless you had full intentions of dealing with a multiple pull. And so you can see the difference of damage there. I don't have strength on, but we're deleting things in basically one GCD. And this is what you're going to expect out of Pictomancer. It's going to be pretty hilarious as we go through the floors, because as I will explain what things do in terms of mechanically, for the most part, you're probably not going to see any mechanics because things will die so fast. You know, it's going to be really great. Although this Morble might have a little bit of health because it is the higher level, so it'll take about half HP here and take about half HP there. It does have bad breath, I promise, but you're killing it fast enough. Now, this is where also the balance of Pictomancer will come into play. So we just used those 2 big hits. We're waiting for the next one to come off cooldown, so now we only have our regular GCDs. So this will be where you kind of will have the ebbs and flows of Pictomancer, where you have high damage. Yes, it exists, but then you have situations where you don't have it, and you're waiting it to come off cooldown. Now, on the lower floors, it's going to be a little less important to worry about actual strategy in terms of how to manage this, but on the higher floors, it'll be something that'll be a big topic that I'll discuss. Now, with the motifs, especially if it's your first time on caster, it is good to note that you can swift cast into the motif if you don't want to do that hard cast like I was showing you earlier as an intro, but you still have to wait for that long recast to come up, so you can't really do anything until it's ready. It is good if one of your spells are available to use by the time you do it. Yeah, you do want to make a habit of recasting those motifs out of combat as much as you can, or figure it out on the lower floors to know that's a thing. Every time you finish combat, definitely good habit to just pop it in. And it's especially going to be important before you open a possible chest that can be a mimic, because it's good to have those spells ready to go by the time, if and when you see a mimic showing up. So try to build that muscle memory that you pop your motifs directly after you fight something, or at the very least do a check before you pull something, whichever works best for you, but you want to have them ready before you start combat. Hold on, we have a question here on YouTube. Okay, hold on. Let me read this out loud. Hiroshi says, not sure if you mentioned it, but is there a way to know if a monster can be RP walk by, or is it just a knowledge check? It is 100% a knowledge check. Now, in Final Fantasy in general, there are tendencies of enemies. So if for some reason you learn, like, what an enemy was before in a dungeon or previous deep dungeon, or in this case, you know, look, we're in Dawntrail, right? So we have 3 deep dungeons available. Maybe you started with another deep dungeon and then moving your way backwards into Palace of the Dead. So you could use your knowledge from the other deep dungeons to apply here to know if something is going to be sound or not. Other than that, you would use something just like, you can check me. We'll actually, you know, obviously be kind of explaining a handful of the enemies, especially on the higher floors, what is sound, what is not, so on and so forth. Or you check something that is like DD Compendium, which has a listing of all of those aggros from enemies, but it 100% is really just a knowledge check. Get my motif up, which I kind of forgot to do over there. Okay. Continuing our killing spree on Pictomancer with the high damage. Again, getting that motif up as we're going along. The main enemy we wanted to talk about on this set was the slimes, which we talked about, and the cobras. So the cobras, which I didn't mention before, which I'll probably put the clip in, but there's one special interaction with the Cobras where if you hit a Toad Trap while aggroing a Cobra, it will use a move called Devour, which can one-shot you. It's like a special interaction with the debuff, etc. So you want to be very careful fighting those Cobras because of that one interaction. Here, you're probably not going to run into it as often, especially because the Cobras melt so much, but that'll be something we worry about on the higher floors for sure, and we'll definitely give and show a clip of that. Moving along, staying in the hallway. We are a cast, so we have long range, so we'll maintain our kills here. I won't go for that chest until I've killed everything. And you can see the difference between us having a motif ready and not having a motif ready. The damage is very different. Now, you could get a little cheeky and a little brave and start doing multiples and Pictomancer. Will not stop you. It actually will mean you will kill faster. Because again, a lot of the spells that you have from the motifs are all splash AoE damage. Now, of course, the drop-off is going to be a little bit bigger. I think it's like usually, you know, rule of thumb, it's usually 50-60% less damage from the initial hit. I mean, you're doing so much damage already, right? So it's not that much. But you do want to be ready if you're doing that. I mean, I do recommend on the first bit, as you're going through, learning the job, or going through your first runs, handle the enemies single, so you don't have to complicate it too much. But as you get more used to it, you can consider bigger pulls, so on and so forth. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just about getting used to it and kind of doing a little bit of limit testing. Now, one recommendation I can give for you guys, since we are planning to do a Strength and Steel for the boss every single time we do a boss climbing up, on the 9th floor, you can pop a Strength if you don't have already one up, which we already do, and a Steel here. Usually, you'll get through the 9th floor with more than enough time for this Strength and Steel to carry you into the boss. So you can kind of get it out of the way early and get it going already. And also it helps you kill off this floor when you're trying to get these kills and trying to go for the XP. You can see the amount of damage now that we have with Strength on, it's insane. Like, things are just dying in one hit. So it's kind of hilarious, like I said, it's hilarious for me to, like, explain, oh, you know, this thing does this thing does that, but a lot of times they're not even staying alive long enough for you to worry about it. But you do want to know a couple things, because in case you have to fight it like this Morble, which does bad breath and is proximity, you may want to know about it if you actually have to fight it, like, legitimately, you know what I mean? Now, our level, funny enough, because we've been killing so fast and we've been murdering so much, it's actually a little lower than the boss, so this would be actually a little interesting. Probably a little common for someone going through the runs like yourselves. And we will operate against the boss at 34 instead of like an ideal 35. Now, if you're a little bit kind of, you want to be a little bit safer, a little bit more cautious, you can actually stay on this floor and wait for respawns. Respawns are about every 45 seconds, so you could kill a little bit more, but we'll go through right now with our level 34, our level 34 level, and you'll see how much damage we're going to take. But this is where also having the steel is very important too. Now, I usually like to fight the boss with a lust. I would say more times than not, you should have a lust for this boss, but for the sake of demonstration, we will not lust the boss, because I have had runs where you don't have a lust on the boss. We're going to do this boss straight up. It's not going to hit you hard. The only thing that you're worried about is that it does have a bit of a tank buster. Now, here, just like the opening floor 10 boss, it does like a hit, and then tank buster. So after about 2 GCDs here, we're going to pop our shield so that we can block the initial tank buster that the boss will do. So let's do that, and then we'll explain the rest of the mechanics. So let's pull it. 1 GCD, 2 GCD, and then I'm going to pop the shield here. It'll do the tank buster right about here. So it breaks the shield, which is great. I'm going to maintain our damage coming in here. Now, it's going to do that tank buster. It's going to do a point-blank poison move. Then it's also then going to do an AoE on me. While it's doing that, I'm going to get my motif up, because I have a good solid chance to get this back up. After this, it'll do a raid wide, not too big damage. We do have the high push in the hot part if we need to heal, which I will use here. You'll see the full heal. It'll run to the gate, and it's going to cast Prey on me and cast 2 bees coming here. You do want to kill those bees. They are going to be a lot easier to kill here. But one thing you can do with Pictomancer is I can do that splash damage on the boss. So I'm going to do one motif hit over here. I missed the other bee. That's perfectly fine. I'm going to go over here to try to see if I can actually hit the bee. Probably not. This bee is a little stubborn and is avoiding all my attacks, but it'll die very quickly. the boss will do 3 line AoEs, and roughly a little bit after that, let's say about 5 seconds, those bees will cast Final Sting. That's why they need to die, because it's like a DPS check, so you have to make sure that they are dead. Using my high potion to heal again, I could have used my shield, but I was kind of yapping, so I kind of forgot. And the shield comes up right on time, so even though you're a little bit of a lower level here, Pictomancer does have a lot of tools to do this fight normally. The shielding, the high potions, as you saw, did like a full heal based on my current XP, and we are now 35. So that's that boss there. Again, it is a common boss for people to die on, but that's a solid example of what you can do. Strength Steel, and just run through the mechanics, kill the bees, so on and so forth. That is floor 20 in the books. Okay. Let's see if I missed anything. You see your level 20 by floor 10, 35 by 20. Usually, if you're killing a lot, right? So if you're going through the process of actually killing a lot, Ashigar, that's what you end up with. And especially if you start looking into score runners, if you're doing score running, you're usually hitting those levels within the time limit of everything. The thing is, like, new runners typically will kill just... It's almost like the new runners will run the content almost like they're running 151. Where they kill just enough and leave for the exit, and that's where it starts to become bad for them, because they'll start having that low level against the boss, and then that's like where you start getting crushed on the bosses, right? Hence, I always want to push out this, like, kill everything, just kill everything. You know, it doesn't take too long. Just do it anyway. Keep your level up, because that's where the benefit is. And I've seen it. I've seen some huge level disparities. But then you could mask it with a sustaining potion. You know, hey, if you use a sustaining potion, I mean, they're not gonna one-shot you. They're gonna like 3-shot you, but they're not gonna one-shot you. But if you want to save the sustaining potions, then that's what's important. And then you see people not using steel sometimes, so... Alright, thanks, Sir Simba. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thanks for being here. Jonks, have you not seen the Devour? Is that what you talked about, Jonks? I actually was managing my clips, so I can actually bring up the clip of me taking the Devour on purpose. Let me see. Kuro says, like a monk meditation or Reaper soul cell, except it's earlier. Yes, exactly. When we were talking about the prepping your motifs, etc. Also, Rat's probably long gone, but I do really appreciate Rat's raid. Rat was doing his solo challenge as well. I know he was doing a little Pictomancer in Palace of the Dead before I had to go live. And if you guys are still here from Rat's Games, welcome in. I'm Angel's Demonist. I do apologize not responding when he came in, because we're doing a little bit of a recording for the guide version of this job. So I'm trying to keep it like very like on point, like almost like what my buddy Tori said, business mode, if you will. But I will respond to questions that are like pertaining to the run in itself, and then I'll catch up with you guys in between. So you've never seen Devour? Okay, is best practice to hug the wall? Yes. And actually Purify, if you saw earlier, there are some instances when we had the sight on, even though we were hugging the walls, we still hit a trap, but a lot of them were in the donut room that it occurred. So, like, you're looking at maybe, if I were to give just a rough percentage, you're looking at like 80%, you're skipping 80% of traps, which, I mean, look, it makes you 80% better, right? I mean, it's better than a much lower percent of hitting traps, so it is good practice, but it's better than doing it, like, in another way, if that makes sense. Okay, Jonks, let me get that clip. I know I have it because I inserted it on my own video when I was working with the live tutorial. Let me see where it is. I have actually done it a handful of times, but okay, copy link. Here we go. This is actually me when I did it on Gunbreaker. So I made sure I had a raising, and I intentionally took a toe trap, aggroed a Cobra, and it was great on tank because you can see the Cobra just hitting me for nothing, and then it just one-shots me with Devour. And also, I do have another clip, which it's not there, but there was one time I did this thing again on Gunbreaker, and I Super Bull-eyed before I hit the trap, and what was hilarious was the Cobra will keep doing Devour non-stop until you die. I guess it technically would stop if you came at a Toad, but you're not surviving that long because it's 20 seconds. But it will literally just keep doing Devour until you're dead. It's hilarious. Like, it just instant cast. Boom, 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 boom. It was really funny. Oh god, and if you guys haven't checked out Wrath Games, he is just a very talented Final Fantasy XIV creator. Does even more solos to the extreme. Like we focus in on Deep Dungeon, he solos the rest of the game. So if you want to see his journey of actually soloing Final Fantasy XIV, he is definitely a guy to go to. He has some wonderful videos as well of that content. So he's a really cool guy. And the interactions I've had with Wrath has been just fantastic. He's just cool to talk to, so be sure to check him out. Yeah, and he's doing I think he's trying to solo Susanoo, and I think he's trying to prep for it for like the next 3 weeks, because I guess it's really hard. So the one shot, yeah, and it's a very, very specific interaction. Toad Trap, Cobra. No other enemy that we know of will do that interaction with a Toad Trap. It's only a Cobra, so... Okay, gonna hit an ad here. And then we will step into the next set, 21 to 30, and we'll go through the whole kit and caboodle of the explanation of everything. So I do appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for watching. And let's hit that ad and let's get through the explanation, shall we? Now let me take a sip of water here, and let's get started. Good luck on the tutorial today. I just died on one... No! And I'm going over again. Do you have any tips on 130, 150? Ooh. So, what did you die to? Can you tell me what you died to? I want to answer this before we get started. What did you die to, Mandon? 138. Could it be an Aramon? Trying to think of other things that could potentially kill you. Like, there's not something that comes to mind unless it was just a mismanagement. I mean, if you're hitting like a luring trap, I mean, that's what's... I mean, you just want to make sure that you try to, you know, maybe not fight something if you're running through the room as much. Try to mitigate that as much as possible. If it's an enemy thing, was doing a 3-pull, stepped on a frog. Oh, yeah, don't, like, keep it in the hallways. That's one thing you'll see me do, especially on this run. And actually, you'll see me do on the next floor. But in the cave floors, unless you've done a safety or a sight, then keep it in the hallways. Or bring it back to spawn room. Also, one thing I like to do is if you do... Okay, let's say we walked into this room, Mandon. Let me drop some markers down. Marker here. Marker here. Okay, so let's say A and B are entrances to the room. Let's say I want to get from A to B, okay? So I'll enter this room for the first time, and I'll walk along the wall like this to like make sure that we're avoiding as many traps as possible. Now, it isn't to say that you're going to avoid all of them, but we're going to try to avoid a lot of them, right? So I get to B. Now, let's say there's a room ahead of me, and let's call it C for the sake of the demonstration. One thing you can do, if you want to kite it, if you have to kite it, it's really a good idea to retrace your steps, because if you walk the exact same path backwards, which you already walked, you know that you have not triggered a trap. So you can use the length of this room to get back to where you were on A. So that's one thing to take into consideration. Now, if you didn't do that, definitely keep it within the hallway, because hallways don't have traps. So you want to fight it within the hallway and then proceed later. Witching, if you do that, I mean, you know, if you have multiple enemies, it's going to be good for witching. But usually if you go with single pulls and you're doing like one-on-one, you should be okay for the most part. Because the risk rises higher as you do more and more pulls, especially if you're not running strength and seal, so on and so forth. So, something to keep in mind. And then 141 is the one where you want to watch out for, because that will always be the tricky one with the demons and the gargoyles. The gargoyles, more in particular, are the ones you want to watch out for. But after that, you're kind of a little bit more in the clear. So. Okay. Hope that gave you a good, clear answer. All right, let's do this. Okay. 21 to 30. So, if you got past 11 to 20, congratulations, that was one of the first walls. This is kind of the second wall that shows up for new runners going through the climb. You have two things that you need to worry about. One, if you were to pop a Mimic on floor 21, 22, 23, this is probably the biggest level disparity and the toughest Mimics based on your current level, which we are 35, versus a Mimic that I believe is 43. So, we had demonstrated it on floor 11, what happens when you deal with a Mimic, and what your options are. Strength Steel, possible Witching, kill it as fast as possible. And if that happens, we can do that. We've also demonstrated the little casting check that we've done to see if a mimic is going to be in the chest, which will demonstrate if that shows up on this floor set. That's the one thing that typically kills people. I'll say a lot of the enemies don't usually kill you unless you've done like a bad pull or you have multiple on you, but the enemies themselves are pretty tame. But the boss coming up, which is the Hydra. The Hydra is definitely one that has the chance of killing people. More so, the reason why it kills people is because if you're running with either 0 or limited sustaining potions, it does do a lot of damage. So our work that we did on the previous set to keep our level up will be very, very important on this specific floor. Once we get into the next one, we don't have to worry about it as much, but this will be the last floor where you really, really want to keep your level up, and that level that you're aiming for is 49. The boss is 49, so you want to be minimum as low as 48, but do not be lower than 48 unless you're running sustaining potions. If you're going 48 and above, you are going to be able to get through without any sustaining potions, but if you're lower, I may recommend having them because you're going to take a lot of damage and it's going to take long to kill. When you see it, it'll make a little bit of sense. But let's hop in. Armor is still 6259. We haven't gotten any upgrades, but that's okay and that's expected. 21 to 30, let's get started. Here I'm going to open up with a Strength and Steel like I have been. A really good start, especially since we are going for kills here. Mind you also that we are looking to get our motifs up every single time we cast. Now, one thing I will suggest with the pulls, especially basically from the first like 100 something floors, is you want to try to use your casting, your Mog spells, etc. one per enemy. So they're going to do an enormous amount of damage here, but try not to double up on your hits, because it will just be a little bit too much. You don't need that much damage. So I'm going to use the Wing Muse right there, only that, and I'm going to save my Beam for the next pull. So I'm going to hard cast here, and then Beam on this pull. So it kind of gives you a nice spread on damage, and also really, really speeds up your kill speed. So we've already downed 3 enemies instantly with our motif power, and now we're just waiting for it to come back in. And this is where Pictomancer is going to be very appealing, and if you're going through this guide and you're looking through these things, you're like, well, it's a lot of power. Yeah, and it retains itself on the higher floors, let me tell you that, but we gotta, of course, get to the higher floors. We gotta get you there. So again, this is a donut room. We are going to give it a lot of respect. I am not going to cross the lip of this hallway until I've managed to clear up this room. Now, one thing that would be a nice safe way to go for, I don't know if this works for everyone, but usually the traps have a little bit of a late activation for me. Like, I'll totally step on a trap and like 2 seconds later it activates. So let's say this Adamantoise is a little bit further from me. I'll walk into this room, pause, wait a little bit, and then I'll pull it, and then make sure I walk back. That's a good way to make sure that you don't accidentally hit a trap, even if you are being careful. Yeah, Pictomancer's squishiness is a concern with this job. It is still a caster, and it really is the definition, Noah, of that glass cannon. But I'm hoping that as we go through the explanation of Pictomancer, we can find that balance, that you understand that there's that weakness that exists, while still knowing that you still have a lot of power. But yeah, sorry about that run that you had over there. Maintaining our kills here. Again, we're looking to go through the floors and killing everything to keep our level at a very good number. Our goal here is to get around 48, 49 for the boss, so that's why we're going through these extra kills. Forgot to set up my motif, but it is not available anyway, so no real cause there. Smoldering Scales is going to be like a damage reflect if you're hitting him with your paintbrush. In our case, most of the spells won't trigger it, so it's okay. Although I am gonna melee, so it's gonna do a little bit, but it's not too much of a thing to really mention. One thing to note about these cave floors, in the lower floors, we can actually hop along these rocks, which do not have traps. These don't have traps on these rocks. On the higher floors, you cannot jump on these rocks intentionally. But it may be a good thing to note, just because at the very least you can avoid traps here. You know, take advantage of the take advantage of that feature that the lower floors give you with the cave floors. Especially with the K floors being notorious for having those wall traps. Alright, first instance of an HP down. In this floor, in these lower floors, HP down is not going to be something you're going to care too much about. However, on the higher floors, it's going to be very dangerous. But it's something just to keep a little bit in the back of your head if and when we run into that on the later floors. So you can see this damage is insane on Pictomancer. So you're going to be going through a lot, but again, this is also on these lower floors, especially if it's your first time taking Pictomancer, take this as building your muscle memory. So what are we doing every time we do a pull? I'm making sure my motif is ready, I'm doing slide casting, I'm opening with a G-City, not with the spell, not with Mog, not with Wing, and then using it after we pull it away from the room to try to avoid multiple pulls, unless of course you're doing it intentionally, which there's nothing wrong with that. So getting into the habit of that now will be good, because then you don't have to worry about it on the later floors. Use these lower floors for that. Dualahan coming up is a sound enemy, and it is a patrol, but it is dead before we even have to worry about it. Getting my motif back up, and now we're doing with the Drake now. And this is a benefit of having that opening strength. We do not have another steal. Ooh, and we got a trap right along the side. You saw that one? That's like right over here. And we only have one steal at the moment, so I'm not gonna re-up the steal. But really, the things are dying so fast. We don't really need to worry about that steal anyway. Now I'm gonna wait here because there could be a trap in this donut room, so we're gonna chill until the toe goes off. Let's resume pulling. The strength certainly is making the difference in the kill speed, that is for sure. Got a respawn here, no big deal. You'll actually see a first case of us doing a little bit of an AoE just to demonstrate the AoE. I'm gonna pull this Pice, but I'm going to hit him with the AoE. So you'll see it does do a mix of damage here. I'm gonna do the beam on over here to hit both. You see the drop off a little bit. You know, the AoE is nice for sure. If you want to just be sure and cautious, you can just hit one at a time, but the AoE is pretty respectable with the amount of damage. Alright, getting towards the silver chest, especially because we're still looking for armor. Holding, popping in here. No upgrade, no problem. If anything, you'll start seeing actual upgrades by 51+, but again, there's still a chance that you see it this low on these sets. Checking this chest, which I never got an opportunity to because we hit the frog trap earlier. It is a flight. So what a flight will do, our first instance of an overcap flight. There is an average kill count that exists in Deep Dungeon, especially on these floors. It kind of changes depending on what floor you're on. But let's say on these floors you're averaging about 4 to 5, maybe upwards of 6 or 7 to get off of a floor. Basically what a flight will do is it'll slash it in half. So if you needed 4 kills on one floor to get out, now you need 2. If you needed 6 kills, now you need 3. It does round up, so let's just say if it was 7, it's not that you need 3, you probably need 4 instead of 7, if that makes sense. And in this case, since we are looking for kills, I'm skipping that flight because I want more enemies, not less enemies to kill. But the flight will be something that you will utilize for a time save. Because, look, if you're taking half the amount of time to get off the floor by killing half the amount of enemies, you're saving time. So that's going to be a really good pawn for the later floors. Also, once your level is capped at 60, it's going to be good to just kind of speed through the sets as well. But like I said, we're skipping it for now just because we want the kills, not avoid the kills. Another exploding chest, GG. Gonna pull this right now. We're probably gonna get the level on the next kill, potentially. That's the exit. I could see the exit glitching there, so I want to go away from the exit right now. Around which floor do you recommend starting using a food buff? Great question. So I will typically start using food at about 91, or even at the 81 set. I will start definitely like looking into using food more even at the 121 set when things start to get a little bit harder. Now, why 91? 91 is a little bit harder in the whole 1 to 100 grouping, especially because the boss is a lot harder. But food there would be good. Like you can use food even now if you want to. It's just the benefits of it are not as great. You still get something out of it. But you know, if you're not sitting on like stacks and stacks of food, maybe you don't have that much food on you, you can like looking at it like 91, 121, and especially going into like 141. I would say for sure that's probably the place where you want to start really using food is 141. We're gonna pop a new strength here because the R's just dropped. We're gonna check the mimic here, so we'll do another mimic check here. I'm gonna do a mid cast, check the chest. Okay, didn't give me a mimic, but we did that mid cast check because if it gave us an error message, we would get that would mean a mimic is in that chest. We demonstrated that on floor 11, which I'm really happy that we were able to showcase that. But that is one thing that's special to Pictomancer, that you can do those bronze check. The bronze chest check for mimics, and this is the last floor set, by the way, where mimics can come from bronze chests. Next floor set, they're gonna start coming from silver chests. Is there a reason why I have low ether pull? Yes. So this is intentional. So essentially, the guides that I've made before Slice, we had always started with 99.99 and like a whole stock of like sustaining potions, and oh, quickly, can you do that check on all casters? Yes, you can. So we had, I've had people like one person. It's like one person be like, well, what if I don't have high armor? What if I don't have all these sustaining potions? Like you should take it from the point of view of someone doing it like new, like paraphrasing that comment. And I want to think that I gave as much information, being like, hey, if you want to start a Necromancer run, this is where you want to have. You want to get up to this point and then come into these guides. But I still think it's a fair question and a fair comment, especially with the way Deep Dungeon has been evolving, and the way we've kind of, even the veteran runners have challenged this content. So I personally wanted to drop the entry level of what will be possible to start your Necromancer journey, because there's two methods in which you look at when people try to consume the content and also try to learn the content. Let's take the method that's familiar to me. Someone who wants to run it and do it like 10, 20, 30 times, like 30 attempts, even so, right? Just lots and lots of attempts constantly. Well, if you start at the start that I had, 59, let's say you climb all the way up to like, oh, I don't know, let's say you die in like 160. Well, if you checked all the chests, you got all the silver chests, and maybe your armor's around 95-ish, well, your second run, you're starting at a 95. So instead of spending that time just leveling your armor, you've spent that time now progging and leveling your armor, and now you've gotten closer to the title because you've gotten that experience. And statistically speaking, you usually will actually hit 99.99 even with a 59 start by about 140 when things are starting to get a little bit harder. And like the difference between 90 and 99 is not that crazy, so you can still be even below 99 and still be kind of okay with the run. So I wanted to start at that lower bit to kind of display a lower entry point. So if for some reason maybe you've burned your ether pool because you wanted to get weapons, maybe you just unlock the content and your armor isn't all the way capped and you're doing it solo. It's one reason I have a video that talks about leveling your armor. It kind of maybe will open that door a little sooner for you to get it started. And additionally, not just the armor, but we started the run with only 20 sustaining potions, and I took away all of my potsherds. Because Pictomancer is certainly one job that can definitely get through and mitigate the potion usage. So we're definitely going to demonstrate how we can get through with a limited amount of sustainings, because that's another thing that's like a little bit of that gate entry point, where people look at how many potions I may have on like the other tutorials. I'm like, oh, I only have like 100. Like, is 100 enough? Like, that's a common question. Like, oh, I only have like 50. Do I need more? But here we're going to showcase that like even with a low starting sustaining, that you can actually get the run started regardless. And again, that's in the mode of people who may have to run through this like 10, 20, 30 times, because that's just how you learn. Now, you do have the other subset of people who will go through a set of 10 floors, study, do the next 10, study. And those are people who may actually clear 99 on the first attempt, on the second attempt, but it's because their learning is very different. You know, we've had people like that they got in like their second attempt, but they're putting so much time into the knowledge of learning it and trying to apply it on their run. So it's a different process of learning. But even then, with this 59-59 start, it's still a pretty good starting point that by the time you get to those higher floors, you'll still actually be on 99-99. So it's being in respect to that. You can make the argument that if you're the first type of person, the one that's similar to me, where you need to run many attempts, you can actually start at an even lower armor and steadily build it up as you go along. So that's one thing to take into consideration. So we're kind of getting that middle ground there of how you're doing it. Okay, I wanted to pause there because we have an Ishgardian Pikeman. It is a special enemy. When you see these guys, lore-wise, they're like NPCs or story NPCs that you've killed or fought in the story or quest or something. They've died or you've killed them and they got resurrected by the Necromancer. What's special, well, we call them special enemies, but what is special about them is actually not that special at all. Outside of them looking different, they don't do AoEs, they don't do anything except auto attacks. They're about the same strength-ish as a Mimic if they were the same level as a Mimic. One unique feature about the special enemies is that they are immune to witching. So we're gonna witching here, you're gonna see nothing's gonna happen. Fully resisted. There's also a high chance that it will drop a chest. They do give a little bit of bonus XP as well if you kill them, but that's what they are. They are proximity, by the way, just to note, and if you know what this NPC is, it'll ring a bell in terms of like whatever story you did, and it'll give like a little quote when you release their spirit, if you will. So that's what that is, and you can go through an entire run without even seeing a single special enemy, so they're very rare, so it's a nice thing that we got to see it here. Okay, Skatine are the most annoying here because they cast Sleep, but with the power of Pictomancer, you're probably going to kill them before the Sleep even becomes a problem. It's dead. Again, we're maintaining that kill speed. Even with all the escalations that we go through, we are going mega fast. Look at this kill speed. That's what Pictomancer is going to give you right now. Except when all that damage is down, now we have to settle for just our regular GCDs. Centaur is proximity, something that will be a little bit of a priority kill because it will be usually blocking my way to something. Now our burst is back. What level are we? 44. Okay, we want to hit at least 48, so we're going to maintain our kill count here. Avoiding that AoE from the Effigy, which is Sight. Spriggan also is Sight. But again, this is what's interesting about Pictomancer. Even with your regular GCDs, you're going to really kill lots of enemies before they really even get into most of their abilities. But if we need to talk about something, I definitely will give it a little extra time, like the special enemy earlier, just so in case it takes a little bit longer. Minotaur over there is a patrol, Sight aggro. Also a dead patrol. Our strength had gone down again. Now, I would like to have a strength and steel for the boss, so you're actually gonna see me not re-up the strength right now until we get to about the 9th floor. But this is a really good example of still the power that Pictomancer has, even without the strength on. So we're gonna check all the rooms here. Again, keeping our level on pace here to make sure that we're hitting that 48 bracket minimum. And this may seem like it's taking a lot of extra time, but trust me, you're not gonna take. It's gonna still feel pretty fast, especially if you're very deliberate with your pulls and your movement. Pulling from the hallway lip here to avoid any trap stepping in. Also, one thing I had not mentioned yet, we are getting Mega Potions on the run, so I haven't really had to use potions at the moment, but I'm going to start putting those Mega Potions and replace them with the High Potions. Again, use the potions that are dropping on the specific floor set, so here you're getting Mega Potions as you kill enemies, so use those Mega Potions. And then this is more applicable to maybe people who are, again, doing it for the first time, more so than anything. Because you may not have that starting kit of potions as you're going through. So the game actually gives you a respectable amount to work with, and more than enough to work with. Even if it's your very first run going through. Checking the chest and killing the Spriggan. Got our first instance of a rage. Again, I'll explain these commanders as we use them. Or if we overcap, I'll explain them as well. Going into the next floor, this is not the spawn room. The spawn room has the chest in it, it looks like. I think that dropped from a kill that I didn't realize. A lot of times, the way I play the game, I will move away from an enemy after I kill it, which also means I typically don't see it drop a chest. I don't know if you really call it a bad habit, but it is something that I tend to miss when a chest drops from it. Like see this right here, because I'm running away from it like this. If it drops a chest, the only way I'm gonna know about it is if I look at the map. Gonna pull the Spriggan on top of the Centaur here because I have a little bit of the double splash damage here. Gonna pop that one, they're gonna pop that one. So they're all almost dead. I exchanged the damage, so one hit would hit one of them, the other hit the other and that's how we can get a little bit of a faster kill on Picto. It's great damage. Pictomancer is just, you know, this is stuff that you don't see from very many jobs. And it's one reason why I can see the appeal of this job, you know? Big damage is nice, big numbers are nice, seeing things die is very nice and good, and that's what Picto's gonna bring to the table. Okay, we have a donut room. Now the Centaur being proximity, it's a priority kill. If I try to go for that coffer, I could aggro. If it explodes, it drops my HP and it drops it HP, but it probably aggroes because of that proximity. So I want to kill this first before I traverse through this dangerous possible donut room. We had already showcased a handful of times when we hit traps. Holding here. Before I open it, we don't want to hit a trap while doing it. This is a treasure room. First instance of a treasure room. Perfect. So, why we call this a treasure room is because you see a whole lot of monsters into this room. You see 4 chests along the sides. That's what we call a treasure room. JP will call it Monster House, in relation to, I believe it's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon that they call it from. One unique feature of this, because actually you can see it here, even if a patrol spawns in the treasure room, they will not actually patrol. They are now stuck in the room. They won't move around. So one unique feature of that one. Now, one thing that can be very useful if you run into a treasure room this early while you're getting XP is we can try to actually kill everything in a lot of different ways. We can do a fancy lust witching, which is a lot more advanced, nothing I'm going to show here, but since we have the rage, we're going to take advantage of that rage. You can also take the time of just killing it one at a time. You know, you do have the time, you're not going to spend a lot of time here anyway. But what we're going to do is we're going to take advantage of the bigger floor 2, pop a fortune, which could increase the amount of chests that you can get when you kill something. And now we did a sight also, so we can see if we're going to step on any traps. Now we do the rage, and we'll get a lot of XP out of here. So we're going to get the one shot. Now what a rage does, as you can see, as we walk up to enemies, they will one-shot them for their full HP. One of the most powerful Pictomanders that is in existence for Palace of the Dead. You don't get very many of them. Sometimes you do, you get a bunch of them all at once, but it is one of the more powerful ones that exists. One thing to mark down with a Rage Pictomander, there is sometimes a debuff called No Knockback. No Knockback disabled. And if that debuff is on, the Rage will not work. Because if you see as we kill things, we're like pushing them back with that melee hit. So when No Knockback is on the floor as a debuff, we cannot push them back, therefore they don't die. So one thing to very much take a note on if you run into that situation. That you want to just make sure you check the debuffs before you do a rage, kind of get into that habit, so you can avoid tragedy of popping a rage, and then it not doing anything. And as you can see, we got like 2 levels. We actually got to that number that we were looking for, which was 48, which is really, really good. So now we can kind of relax a little bit in terms of kind of get the kills. I might go just a little bit faster here. I gotta kill this though. We got the steal back as well, which is really nice. Checking all the chests here, especially because we want that silver too. No upgrade there, that's perfectly fine. We have a free strength, which we will do. Check our loot as we chop those chests. That's why we did the fortune, so we can check the loot. That is a luring trap. First instance of actually seeing a luring trap. Actually, not the first instance. We stepped on a luring trap before, too, by accident, but it looks like a little bit of a spade over there. Picked up witching, strengths, and steals on that one, which is really, really nice. This is an example of a toad trap. Really easy to remember because it looks like a toad. So that one is a toad trap. Generally, you wouldn't want to be hitting traps anyway, no matter what trap it is, but, you know, just for the sake of knowing what they are. Now we have the strength back on, so you see the enemies are going to melt. Okay, let's proceed. Next floor. Unless that Spriggan decides to fight me. Nope, he doesn't. So now, as I've been using, I did it on the previous floor, so we'll do it here as well. It's nice to have the strength and steel going into the 9th floor. Oh, we're on the 8th floor, but when we get to the 9th floor, we'll make sure that we have a strength and steel rolling, because it'll carry us usually into the boss, and we can actually use it on the 9th floor as well and get the benefit of it. Because usually you'll kill the boss a lot faster than 8 minutes, so you may as well distribute that time to do it on the previous floor. Do you ever use luring traps when leveling? I usually spam luring lower levels for XP. Is it not a good idea? Oh, it's a really good idea. Especially if you've gotten used to understanding and handling luring traps. It is totally something you can do, especially since we're trying to hit certain level thresholds. Like on the previous set, on floor 20, we wanted a 35. On floor 30, we want to hit a 49 minimum, which we just hit. It'll help you boost that XP, 100%. But it is something that you have to get used to, that you have to be ready for. And usually with a luring trap, a good way to handle them, if it's something that you are scared about, try to make your instinct as a witching to be a counteracting on that on the multiple enemies coming out. And sometimes it may depend on what enemies actually spawn. But as you see, as we're going through, if you're kind of used to the enemies that you're fighting, and maybe it's like your second time or your third time going around, yeah, you can be brave enough to hit that luring trap for that extra XP, you know, as you get used to the enemies. And more enemy killed, more XP gained, right? Nothing wrong with that one. But if, let's say, it's like your first run, Cthulhu's, you know, if it's like your first one going through, it may be something you want to warm up to initially, before you start, like, just going, like, stepping on all the traps, like, let's go! You know, something you want to get used to over time. But once you're at that point that you're used to it, and yeah, you know, the logic is perfectly there. Get those XP, get those extra kills. Katina's sound. So as you can see, he's like walking right past me, I'm not moving. If I RP walk, he doesn't aggro. If I dump RP walk right now, he will then aggro. Chirp is gonna sleep me for 15 seconds, which is fantastic. I love the chirp. And of course he doesn't hit me, so go figure. That's usually what happens sometimes, but alright, so we're actually going to end up hitting 50 here, which is really, really nice. I'm going to get that bronze chest, because if it's a potsherd, it'll be really good. Killing this... Oh, I didn't do my motif. Bad habit. Get my motif back up with the swift. Do the beam as well. Okay, dead. Now we are 50! And we have what's actually really important. So I did recommend getting 48 or 49. But having the weapon motif is actually going to be really good, because there's a lot of damage that comes from the weapon motif or the bonk. So... Now, I would definitely say for Pictomancer in general, getting weapon motif for the upcoming boss is certainly not required. You'll dish out enough damage on Pictomancer as it is already, but it certainly will be nice, and you'll see it when we get up to that boss. Now, as mentioned, we will pop a strength and a steel. I'm only going to do a strength here just because it's a little bit lower, but just for the sake of demonstration, popping a fresh strength and steel here, leading into the boss. The hammer will do crit direct hit every time you hit it, so it's just really, really good damage overall to have. Something that you do have to make sure that you will recast though, so make sure that you are getting it up in between combat if you were to use it. Again, get into that habit of repopping your motifs in between combat. And again, one thing I will try to, again, mention ad nauseum is our slide casting. Every time the cast is about to finish, I am moving. So this is also mobility with this job, aside from utilizing the smudge, which I haven't quite used as much as I should be. But move after the cast is about to finish. I would say, you know, especially on the lower floors, as you are... We're skipping those, by the way, because our level is really good. As you are going through the lower floors, it certainly is good to practice the idea of slide casting. If it's your first time going through the concept of a caster and learning the idea of slide casting, I would say this is definitely a technique that would be good to, like, do a little bit of trial and error to get that feel. Essentially how I do it is that I would cast, wait a little bit, and then move in. Some people will like to use the bar and kind of look at the very end of the bar to move in, but I've definitely got it into more of like a little bit of a rhythm for me to do that slide casting. Now the thing with Pictomancer though, when we unlock the subtractive palette, it kind of will mess with your head because the subtractive palette will be a longer cast than its regular GCD. So it's something to think about there, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Okay, now this boss, now hopefully by now you've had at least one lust. So we will open the fight with a lust here. I will also delay the shield. One thing from my personal experience with Pictomancer, if I pop a shield, if I pop my Tempura coat and then do lust, a lot of times the enemy doesn't actually get to break it sometimes. So we're not going to pop the shield right away. You're also going to see that we have, just to show again demonstration, we have the Mega Potions on the hotbar right here, which is the ones the enemies were dropping. So we're using that for this fight if we need extra heals. We have a starting 20 Sustaining Potions, which we will not tap into those on this fight. So you'll see the amount of damage we take. We are one level higher than the boss, so it's going to feel a little bit even comfier than it did if we were 49 or 48. So let's open with the Lust, no Sustaining Potion here. Lust will do, the description of the attack. Deals damage to nearby enemies while increasing vulnerability. It will give a 90-second debuff on the enemy, increasing the damage taken. From what we understand, it is 10% per stack. It'll cap at 5. We'll do 6 hits here just to show that it only caps at 5. It always refreshes it. It will say 1 minute on the buff, but it is in fact 90 seconds for that debuff. We're gonna go one more hit here. The Hydra does 4 puddles total, then runs to the middle. Okay, so here I'm gonna pop my shield for the first time here. It was a little late, but hopefully we'll break it. And it hasn't broken it yet. Still hasn't broken it yet. And it still didn't break. Okay, that's okay. But at least we got to block all that damage. It's gonna run to the middle after that 4th puddle. It'll do fear itself. You want to be kind of in the middle of this fight when it's casting it. I'm also gonna find the good spot to recast our motif. You can also do Swift if you want to, but I kind of try to get used to recasting it, hard casting it for that. We have Addle too. Addle's going to be really good to kind of mitigate a little damage, so bear that in mind. We're going to pop another Mega Potion. You'll see the amount of heal that we got. We kind of got our HP back a little bit there, so that's one big benefit of having those potions, the Mega Potions in particular, the ones appropriate for the level, because it will definitely keep you up. You can see our HP, even at 50, is like, you know, kind of a little questionable since we're not really fighting that much. That's where the shield will come into play. So this is where I was explaining how being bare minimum 48, but you want to be 49 and or 50 for this fight, because without a sustaining potion, you're getting hit quite a bit. You're getting chunked a little bit. Now, with the combination of the Tempura Coat, if you were to get it to break properly, which I did not, and spamming those Mega Potions, you should be able to keep that HP high enough for the kill. Strength and Steel, I had a Steel on, so the amount of damage you're taking even with Steel on. That's why this boss is a little bit spooky for new time runners, because it's definitely one that will kill a lot of people if your resources are limited. And again, we fought that boss with no sustaining potions and limited resources, so... 21 to 30 in the books. There you go. Okay. Let me catch up in chat here. Not thought. I hope you're still here. I didn't want to respond to that during the actual run, just because it would be a little bit out of context. I want to keep it with Pictomancer. But basically they asked, what job would you recommend for someone who has not done PALs before? And usually my response to this one is I actually recommend you playing the job that you're comfortable with, no matter what job it is. It might be healer, it might be DPS, it might be melee. The reason why I suggest this is because you have to create a foundation of what your preference is, right? So like for instance, if we have like a lot of highlights of like jobs that are really good. Actually, each role now has a job that like you can say is like top dog for palace or something like that. We can make arguments for Pictomancer for caster, machinist for phys range, warrior for tank, sage for healer, and reaper for melee, arguably ninja for melee. And you know, I'm not gonna know what type of player you are. I don't know if you like the kiting, maybe you like the melee, maybe you like the tank, maybe you like a caster. But the only way you're gonna know is actually just hopping into a job and just figuring it out. Now, you're gonna watch the gameplay of Pictomancer, it might entice you, so that could be a path to take. But you can also watch a machinist video, you can watch a warrior video, maybe that entices you. But really, it's just up to you to kind of determine what that preference will be. I think a lot of the jobs have a lot of pros and cons, and there really isn't going to be one that will be the standout for a majority of players, right? So definitely recommend people. Definitely recommend. Excuse me, that was a burp. Definitely recommend you trying your main job first, a job that you're comfortable with, and then branch off from there. See if you like it, see if you don't, and then trying different jobs. Jonathan, thank you for the 9-month resub. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Also, thank you for those follows, Adler and Kogarashi. Thank you for those. I appreciate it. Jonathan says, because I don't have my TTS on, do you know if Pictomancer PoTD weapon being yellow is a visual bug or not? I hope they fix it. Good question. I don't think it's a bug. I'm pretty sure that's as intentional as it's going to be. I mean, yeah, it does look like a freaking piss color, but, you know, it's pretty sure that's just what it is, so... Recommend anything but Astra unless you like to suffer. But even then, Mandon, right? Like what I said about like figuring out what job it is, I think there's still worth in taking in Astro, right? See what that job feels. See what your main job feels. Maybe you hate it. Maybe you might be crazy enough that you're like, actually, this is kind of fun. But you're not gonna know until you do it. So. Okay, let me catch up and chat a little bit here. Just DM'd you, just dropped a giant DM of an insane theory I had. Now I'm gonna sleep off the vodka. Okay, I'll have to text this after stream. I'm not gonna leave this now. I saw that you were mentioning about that 100 Eureka Orthos thing. Having an emote in your hotbar can help when learning slide casting, because it'll gray out when the casting lights up, but when it's safe to... Oh yeah, Jonks, I've heard of people doing that. Doing the emo thingy to adjust to slide casting. That's actually a really good one. It's not personally how I learned how to do it. I'm not going to discredit it though, right? So yeah, sure, that can be a way to learn. Thought. Oh, Thought. Thank you for being patient, by the way. Thank you for still being here. I'm glad to hear Reaper's good then. My main worry was that Reaper will struggle more later floors compared to other jobs. So melee in general, is still going to be a rough run. I definitely recommend checking some videos. I have like my own tutorial back in the last expansion for Reaper. I recommend watching that and seeing what you're looking forward to. I mean, if anything, Godfather is the biggest one. Melee Godfather is rough as hell. Probably the hardest part of the run. But Melee does some work, and Reaper is very impressive with its damage. It feels like a glass cannon too. It's like you're trying to kill things before it kills you. But I had a wonderful time with Reaper. I really like that job as a melee. It's just, melee does ask a lot from you from Deep Dungeon, stuff that you may not be used to, which is perfectly fine. That's why you're learning it. So there's a little bit of adjustment there. But it does work. Like you know, on paper, against what the other jobs do, it really does a really good job. And we've had a number of Necromancers via Reaper, so... Quadratini, by the way, guys, Quadratini has been a member of this community for a very long time. They do a lot of Deep Dungeon on their stream, so if you haven't checked them out, please do. As you saw, they just cleared Pictomancer and Eureka Ortho, so congrats to them. I think they're AFK, though, because they just wanted to get dinner, but... Panda asked earlier, how do you rank Pictomancer in terms of a PoTD tier list? I don't do tier lists, but what I'll tell you is that it is very, very good, and people can make the argument that it might be the best job for Deep Dungeon. I think it has its pros and cons. I think for me, it might still be a little tough to be better than, let's say, Machinist. but I don't have the experience on Pictomancer as much as I do on Machinist, where Machinist I've done like 50 times. It's gonna be safe to say that if you do a job like 50 times, it's gonna be a lot better than a job that you've only done like 5 times, you know? Oh, Viper's left? Oh boy. Okay, Soda King asks, hi, I've been doing PoTD solo, hello. So far I've made it to floor 144. Recently new into 14. Any tips on Red Mage solo? Red Mage, the OG job. First of all, bless your heart for taking in Red Mage, because not a lot of people do Red Mage. What I can tell you, Soda King, about Red Mage from my personal experience, slide casting, actually, if I don't know how much you've seen of this stream so far, but slide casting is going to be massive when you're talking about a caster in particular, but for Red Mage big time, you always want to be in motion for the dual cast. You do the first cast, slide cast, and run away from the enemy on your second cast. That's one big thing that Red Mage will have an advantage over on Pictomancer at the very least. One big advice that I will give is never have your HP dip below 50% before you start Vercuring. So if you see your HP about to go 50, wind up a Vercure or do a Vercure. And if you can keep your HP within a 45% and a 95% bracket where you're not overhealing while also not putting yourself in danger, that's like a really sweet spot of trying to practice with the Red Mage, because you're gonna heal, you're gonna inevitably have to do for cures. But if you can master that healing optimization with Red Mage, that's really, really good. You know, because obviously if you're not curing, if you're curing, you're not doing damage. You got to dish out damage to kill the enemy. So get that balance of the healing, and that's it. And then lastly, the big one is utilize your gap closer and displacement for kiting purposes. One of the coolest things I like to do is as you're running away from an enemy, gap close into them, run past them, and then displace away from them, and you get so much distance from the enemy that it produces so much time for you to get some extra heals and extra damage before it kills you. So utilize those abilities for kiting purposes, and you'll get a lot of mileage from Red Mage. But and lastly, the one thing that was huge on me on Red Mage was trying to fight more and more things without steel, in particular a Mimic. So if anything, you should be able to handle a Mimic at least up to 181 without steel. So you want to try to get to that point and get used to that point if you can. Because trying to lessen the amount of times you use steel on Red Mage can go a very long way with that job. That's what I had a lot of success with, so... I wanted to ask, I know you can set off explosions with Sakuchi without taking damage. Can you do the same with... No. So you need a minimum of 20 yalms to be consistent. Now, people like Reaper, which is 15 with egress, have been able to do it with a fair amount of consistency, but we're talking like potentially the way you position yourself, probably also server tick situations. Dorky, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I messed up your name, I apologize. So with Smudge and White Mages, it's going to be a 15 yalm, so it just misses it. It has to be minimum 20 yalms for it to be successful. Okay, so let me take an actual break here. I'm going to stand up, I'm going to hit the restroom, and then we're going to step into 31. We are going omega slow, but this is why we're going to only 90 today, because of the timing. So I'll be back. I'm going to get the regular music back in. If you guys have further questions before I get started, I will love to answer them and respond to them. We are recording a live tutorial here, so as we are in the floors, I will keep the chat to a minimum. I'll try to keep it to the run in particular. However, if someone fires off a question related to the run, or I deem it kind of related to Pictomancer, I'll answer it. Otherwise, I'll answer the rest of them once we finish the floor set. So, thank you guys for watching. Hope you're having a good day. I'm glad my connection is currently being a little cooperative. I was mentioning before that we've been having a little bit of issues with my connection. So if something goes wrong, I will just continue the run. Even if the stream dies, I will just keep going, and then I'll try to get it back up in between the floors. This is going straight to YouTube anyway, so hopefully we won't have to worry about that. Ads going out. Thank you. I'll see you in a little bit after the ads. BRB. Alright. We are returning. Like this conversation you guys are having about the weapons. I hope, it is curious that it is the color that it is, but, Alright. Alright, let's get to the next set of floors. 31 to 40. So, up until this point, I recommended that you had gotten your XP a little bit more respectable to the bosses coming up. So, floor 20 was level 35, floor 30 was level 49, and watching that boss go through, you know, there's a really good reason why you wanted to get that level up. Starting on this set, that level restriction or that level check is going to be less of a concern. More so because the power of Pictomancer is going to really start to show up, and one of the main reasons is this trait in particular, 54, Pictomancer Mastery, where your GCDs go up another power level, and the amount of damage you can... like, you're already doing a crazy amount of damage, but once you get at least 54, damage is even going to be higher than that, so you're going to start melting things, and the boss will melt no matter what. When I was running through this job before in the past, I've gotten as low as 56 into the boss, and we still melted the boss no matter what. So you're actually going to start seeing us go a lot faster. I will still get the silver chest as we see them, but you might start seeing some rooms getting skipped, and us kind of being a little bit less on the amount of kills and going more through the navigation and movement through the floors. So that's what you're going to see. You're also going to see us probably just delete enemies before we even have a chance to talk about them. And really, what it comes down with these couple of floors moving forward, it's more about moving through the floors, execution of how to do that, getting your damage up, and just trying to handle traps if you get them, so on and so forth. If we run into any enemies that are alive long enough, I'll talk about them. But what's really funny with Pictomancer is a lot of things just die before you even have a concern with them. So that's what you're going to expect on this floor set coming up. We haven't picked up any armor up till now, but that is expected on this lower floor. Again, you're probably going to start seeing armor showing up at about 51 plus, not so much on these lower floors. As usual, we will pop a strength here, and I'll pop the steel since we are still technically trying to go up for enemies that are harder. First actual concern is the succubus. You do want to give it a little bit of respect because it will do a point-blank dark mist, which will be a terror if you get hit with it. But the only real reason you concern yourself with it is because it's a patrol, really. Boogies are sound here. They're also basically dead. I have a silver chest over there, which I'll check a little bit later. Hugging the walls as we continue to do so, doing sly cast as we continue to do so. Pectides here are sound. They only do a very short point blank if they get to it. Sight's actually perfect, so we can actually observe where these traps are sometimes in this room. There's one right over there. And getting to the habit of opening with a GCD followed by an instant OGCD, I would recommend that that's the way you kind of want to conduct Pictomancer, is that you always want to open with a GCD, as opposed to opening with your thing. Use a tricky trap a little bit close to the wall. Explodey chest. We're gonna kill this one just because it's right here, and I have my instant hammer that will give me the full mobility. So we'll just use it this way. There's another trap right over there. Kind of a little bit of a tricky one because it's right by the side there. I don't think I step on it if I hug the wall. No, it's a little bit off the wall, but there's another show of what it can do, where that trap is section. What's GCD? Like abilities that don't share CDs. So GCD stands for Global Cooldown. So global cooldown is basically the cooldown that essentially every job has, which is for my case on my hotbar, it's my 1 button. So it's the one in this case for casters that's a hard cast. So I cast here, you'll see all of my spells kind of going into a cooldown. That's your global cooldown. when you're talking about OG cities off global cooldown, that's a button I can hit in between those G cities or something that doesn't flow along that global cooldown thing. So if I were to hit my beam, which is on number 3, I can hit this before my cooldown comes in. So I pop this, hit the boom, and then I have my G city ready again. So that's kind of where the G city comes in. It's like a very common term for MMOs. Understandable if you don't know it, but it is a very common term that they utilize in MMOs. Now, since we just picked up a rage, and I was mentioning this on the previous set, we have a no knockback debuff. Knockback and drawn effects for both enemies and allies are disabled. So this is where you want to be careful with your rage. If I were to pop a rage here, you saw it kill one-shot things on the previous floor. If I were to hit something now with the rage, it does not kill them because it does not knock them back. So you want to be careful with that. We're just doing kind of normal damage on this boogie because it doesn't kill him. So you want to be very careful with that interaction of the no knockback and the rage. Now here, I will showcase this macro one more time. It is called a transfiguration, status off transfiguration right here. I have it on my hotbar right here. You can right-click this off, but this is a really good button to have both for keyboard, mouse, or full keyboard or controller users, just to kick out of the transformation at will. Really good to have, because sometimes you're not using that full duration when you're trying to go into the transformation. So in this instance, you know, I pop the rage. It's like, oh my god, it's a no knockback. What am I supposed to do? You just kick right out of it, right? And that'll be the way that you can kick right out of it. Some people don't know that. And so we'll try to mention that a couple times as we bring into the situation. Keeping the kills a little bit lower at the moment and kind of going a little faster, because like I said, on this particular set for Pictomancer, the level disparity from the boss isn't as big as it is on the previous 2 bosses. So even something as low as 56 is actually not that bad. Killing the succubus here. Saving my hammer for another pull here. There's a nice little trap right over there. That trap is like right along the side here, so that's one reason why I want to make sure I kill the enemy before I walked into that room. Good habit to have as well to make sure that... That's why you fight in hallways. Make sure you're not aggroing something as you step into the room. So in case you hit a trap, you're keeping the bad things as minimal as possible. Another silver chest chance here. Oh, worth mentioning, I haven't mentioned it before, although I did mention it kind of in passing. Silver chests now will be possible mimics. Bronze chests are no longer mimics on this floor set only. This only happens 31 to 40, that silver chests can now be mimics. So watch out for when you're opening those silver chests, if you're hunting down armor like I am currently. But bronze chests, like I said, are no longer mimics, so you never have to concern yourself with that. In respect to that topic, mimics can only come from one type of chest, not from multiple. So they are coming from silver chests now. Impossible for them to be from another type of chest. So they're only in one type per floor set. So that means bronze chests for the rest of 200 floors are free from becoming mimics at all. Now, next set, the gold chests will start to become mimics. And they'll be gold chests from basically 41 to 200 all the way through. Okay, bronze chest here, we want to check it in case it's a potsherd. It is not, unfortunately. Since, oh, notice here, we got a Mega Potion from that chest. These enemies will start to drop X Potion. So we're going to try putting our X Potion in just to update that potion type to match the floor that we are on right now. Oops, I didn't get my thingy off, it's fine. I'm going to check that bronze chest as well. Okay, skipping. I will actually pull here. Took the mummy with me, but that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna hammer the mummy and beam the mummy. And it's just dead. Yeah, welcome to Pictomancer, guys. We're gonna say that a lot too. So welcome to this job. This job just has a crazy burst. Now here's a donut room. What I want to do here is I want to kill the Hekdies first before I move through here. We've had a number of examples of the silly traps along the possible walls of the donut. So we're keeping this as low risk as possible. Checking. Sights. Oh, maybe we can actually see what that trap was. Okay, that one's a lot less dangerous. If you're hugging the wall, you're good, but if you're hugging the inner donut, then you're in trouble. Okay, Ogre's sight, so I'm gonna pull the Ogre first. The other two Hekdies, like I mentioned, are sound. So, priority kill is the Ogre, since I'd have to go the long way around the sound enemies to avoid aggro, and the Ogre might aggro regardless. So we killed the Ogre first, and we could walk past the Hekdies, no problem. Okay, moving along through the floors, our next kill, we will unlock the full power of Pictomancer at 54, the Pictomancer Mastery. So we'll do even more damage. If you thought this was a lot of damage, not yet. we're not even at the full power yet. Now we are. But now we're at full power for Pictomancer. The mummies are proximity, so they would be a priority pull, as in they could block us from going anywhere. You can pull the Hekdies too, which we kind of did there on purpose, just to kind of get them out of the way as well. But you want to priority the mummies since they are proximity. Sight, going in with the sight here. Oh, actually, this one is, yeah, that's along the wall. Yep, that's a trap along the wall. So even if you're hugging it, that would be there. It just is what it is. Sometimes they're just there. Another really good example of showcasing that, you know, not along the wall is not going to be a 100% guarantee that you're avoiding traps, but it's okay. Gonna kill the eye because my hammer will come off cooldown. It does have a limit when you pop the initial button to get the hammer available. Next floor. Into 36. So we're flying through the floor 11 minutes into the first 6. Definitely much faster than we've been going through on the floors up until this point. Let's do the hawk here. The mummy's like in the corner over there, so I can walk along the left wall to not really deal with it. And this is actually without strength on. We don't have strength on right now, so you're still seeing the amount of damage that we're going through. I will pop and try to get these chests to see if I can get a strength back into play. Got a free lust there, but I won't use it right now. Got a couple patrols coming in. These are sight aggro, so we'll take care of that first. We'll also fight a troubadour, which is proximity, but one of the easier enemies to deal with right now. They only do a dark cast, which you can actually kind of run behind every time they cast, so I didn't do it that time. But you can time it where as they're casting, you can run behind it and not take damage. A little bit harder on a caster, because you are having to stop and go as a caster. But again, they are proximity, so this one in particular has to go, because it's right on top of the exit. We have a cow coming in, a patrol coming in, so we want to take care of it if we wanted to check this room. I will check it just because I want to see if there's a potential chest here, which there's a lot over here, so I'm just going to bypass it, and we will go into the next floor already. And 56 is kind of what I'm kind of minimal hoping for. We should be hitting 56, no problem here. Okay. No debuff on this floor, fantastic. Safety, good. We don't have to worry about the traps right now. Holding on to using a strength over steel at the moment. That is no strength, man. That's no strength. And that crit, too. Because, of course, it can still crit. Sight here as well. We'll pop that just so we can see a full view of the floor. Couple chests on the ground, which I would like to check too. And it's like, this is such an interesting run right now, because I could totally explain to you what some of these guys do. This one does a double attack, but a lot of times if you're just nuking them down, you're not even going to worry about what they're doing, you know? Nothing here is overly threatening, unless, of course, you're dealing with multiple enemies. Even then, if you deal with multiple, your first action may want to be a witching to kind of handle them, if that were to happen. But we're killing them so fast, they don't even have a chance to kind of gang up on us. That's the exit. So let me actually check, did I check this? This was, no, I didn't check this one. Oh, you did check that one. So we're going to kill this troubadour since it's over here anyway. And then I'm going to check the other room to see if I get another good Pictomancer. I'm going to bypass the patrol here because it is slight. I can kind of get around over here to avoid that aggro. You just have to be away from its front conal. Alteration. Pop in the... ooh, there's a Gubu. The Gubu is proximity if I failed to mention that one. So we're going to kind of prioritize him because he has a double attack. I can also pop a shield to kind of block it. And they broke my shield, which is kind of expected as a DPS. That's one thing that's actually really good about the Tempera coat, is that it is kind of easy to break that shield. But of course you don't want to rely on it, because I mean if it's that easy to break the shield, just imagine how much it is to actually kill you for certain enemies. But when you do use it, you do want to kind of time it with abilities coming out to make the most of that shield. Alright, 2 more floors to the boss. We have haste. One interesting interaction here that I would like to point out. With haste on, you will see a speed up with your casting spells here. I didn't see what the original casting was for this, but it's faster. What's interesting with the motifs, it does not get affected by the haste. So in combat, it's 3 seconds. Actually, let me do here. In combat, it's 3 seconds, but even with haste on, it'll still stay at 3 seconds. So that's something to definitely note, that haste won't benefit you on the motifs in this case. If you're wondering, oh, maybe, you know, I could just do it in combat, it'll be a little bit faster, it doesn't matter. Which also means spell speed doesn't matter as well in that department too. Now, it of course affects your GCDs and your subtractive palette when you get it later at 60, but not with the motifs. First instance of a silver chest mimic right here. I'm taking that time to kind of recast that, although that was a little extra. It'll die really fast because of our burst, but that is a silver chest mimic. We actually have a possible another one. I'm going to get a motif ready here in case it's a mimic. It is not. Remember we tested that? Someone had asked that question, and we tested that. And that was the result, you know. It's a fair question, especially because it's a unique thing. You think all spells follow the same rules, that if you had spell speed that it would work, but not in this case. Okay. Sight's good to avoid a potential trap, and we can see where it is, so you guys can see possible location for it. It's not here anyway, so it's fine. I'll just kill these guys. Yeah, I'll kill these. I'm gonna swift my motif here because I kind of forgot to do it, and they are gone. They didn't exist. Next floor. Oh, there's a chest. Next floor. Actually, let me do an affluence here. Next floor, we're going to pop a strengthened seal on the 9th floor. Again, the strengthened seal is 8 minutes, and it's definitely not a bad idea to pop it on the 9th floor because it should carry from the 9th floor into the boss. So it's not a bad idea to use it on the 9th floor going in. Sight's good. Strength. And I do recommend having a strength seal for all the bosses if you can help it. This is something that is a good habit to start. As you get used to the bosses with your own runs, you can definitely go away from the strength, go away from the steel. With that being said, I actually would rather have a strength steel on the boss than the floors. If I had to pick one or the other, I'd rather have it on the bosses. And you're gonna see the amount of damage that Picto will push on the boss. It's a lot. It's almost ridiculous. We're gonna kill the boss very quickly. I don't think I get a level here if I kill everything, so I'm just gonna go in, just make sure the exit's clear. We have not got... Oh, actually, we get one upgrade, one arm upgrade earlier, so that's good. Gonna repop the steel, kill all... Okay, that was a respawn. Kill all these guys. Would I say Picto is A or S tier? I mean, I guess if you're looking at S tier for like the jobs that are maybe the popular jobs, maybe that's one way you look at it, right? I mean, I would definitely put Picto as really up there. A plus potentially. I think argument for S. Honestly, the argument for a possible like one of the best jobs out there, to me, it's not gonna necessarily come down to what the job offers. It's actually gonna come from you guys. You guys are the ones that are kind of gonna tell me, this is a really good job. I got Necromancer on this one, and as you see more and more people potentially get the job that way, that's what tells me if the job is really good, right? I can make an argument for many jobs, they have wonderful kits, but it comes down to how the people and how you gamers take that for your own playstyle. And as I mentioned, up to this point, up to this video, we've had about 3 or 4 Necromancers via Pictomancer, and the job is still fresh. That says a lot in my opinion already, you know? And as the word gets out more about what this job is capable of, I think you'll start to see potentially more and more people have their opinion on it, and that's where you see the opinions from. Again, I could tell you that the job is great. I mean, we've put a lot of a lot of time into it, showcasing it to you, but I think the real answer will come from how many people actually take it in. So this boss is going to be similar to the 140 boss. It'll do 4 circle AoEs, then it'll summon ads, then it'll do 4 AoEs total, 2 more large circles and 2 beams, and then it'll go to an enraged form where it'll do terror, AoE terror, followed by another AoE. The thing with Pictomancer, especially if you have a strength on, and we're going to use lust here, this boss will barely get to the ads and it's going to die with our full burst. So we're going to showcase to you that. And this is probably most of the time the result that you're going to get from a Pictomancer run. No sustaining potion using here. We have the X potion on the hotbar just in case we need an extra heal. Respecting that first AoE coming down, we do 2 here. We can get 3 off before the third one comes in, before the other one comes in. Pop out, open GCD. Beam, hammer. Sorry, wing, then beam, then hammer. I'm gonna, you know, I'm not gonna Swift on the next motif because it's a single motif. It would be if I had winged and Mogby. As you can see, the boss is already at 27% before the ads even come out. So we're just gonna focus all of my damage onto the boss here. I can pop a shield as the ads are gonna get to me, but you really should not have to be concerned about the ads at all. You have 4 AoEs to come out before these guys actually do anything bad. If, for some reason, those ads are still alive, when the boss is doing AoE Terror, the ads will do an Enrage, which will likely one-shot you on Pictomancer. I think a tank could survive it, but it is like a legit damage Enrage from those ads. But we killed it so fast on Pictomancer, and we were actually 57 versus 59. So it's one thing to think about. Now, if for some reason you're a little concerned about the length of the boss fight, or you're taking a little bit longer to kill the boss, kill the ads, make it safe, get rid of the ads, and just do the boss normally. So, that is floor 31 to 40. There you go. Miss Sheila, good to see you. I'm glad it's working today. I don't know if it's my connection, because I was having some connection issues, and I think it's more my connection, but we seem to be okay now. Animaniac, hello, how you doing? Okay, I think I caught up with most of it. Hey, Acklorin. Pictomancer damage is, yeah, it is, that's a good way to put it. It is playing goofy. Cranky, general tips or resources for kiting. I accidentally run at enemies when casting spells. Run at enemies when casting spells? Hold on, let me just verify that imagery. As you're casting, you're going into it. Is that what you're saying? Let me also catch up while you're answering that one. Yeah, thanks for those subs, by the way. Luna, thank you for the 42. Catman, thank you for the 29. I've been great, thank you for asking. Busy. I was going over the amount of content that I have now lined up for Deep Dungeon, and we actually literally have too much content. Literally have too much things to do, and that's a good thing. You know, there's a lot I want to get down, and yeah. Even like I made all this like EO content, like ideas for EO. Now I have this entire Eureka Orthos content that like it's just like I am actually excited for Eureka Orthos. It's like crazy for me to think about, but we're approaching it in such a different way. That's why I believe... Oh, wait. I think I have the... I think I have this updated. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We did 10, so we have 11 jobs left. It'll take 2 days. I'm planning to do it tomorrow and Monday. Wrap it up Monday. Cranky says, as I'm casting, I go from running away to running straight at them. Not totally sure if it's because I'm out of range or another reason. That's interesting. What job are we, Cranky? Let me just verify the job that you're going on, because that could matter, but let me know what job you're on first, and then like I can give as much as I can tell you from my own experience, because I've done all the casters. What happened with Monk? Okay, a summoner. Okay. Let me answer your question first. So summoner's interesting, because summoner you can actually get away without really casting that much, right? So one thing that you could be running into is maybe you're running too far away from it, so that's why you're getting out of range, and then that's why you're running back into it. In my opinion, what you want to do, what you want to think about is mechanically. Enemies will run faster than you unless you're sprinting. So it's better just to keep the distance away from them and just let them come closer and closer and then just cast them that way. Don't worry about being out of range, just keep running away from them. Additionally, you could run in circles, where you run like almost like, I like to call it NASCAR, where you guys going in circles here as something is chasing you this way. And so you're still maintaining a distance, but you're still also kiting while doing it, you know? So that's one way to do it, as opposed to just running from like, you know, one point of the map to the other point of the map. But generally speaking, the enemies are going to run faster than you without sprint on, so they will eventually catch up, and essentially you just wait for them to catch up and then just start running away from them. Also, slide casting is still good, usually on Summoner. Unless you're in Ifrit, you're getting instant cast regardless, so you're almost playing like a machinist where you're just kind of running and gunning regardless. So a lot of times it's just maintaining that movement while doing those casts. If you have to do Ifrit, doing a swift cast is really good, just so you can maintain the movement, but... Oh, that's right! Oh no, you're right! Oh, I completely forgot about that. You're talking about... Standard. Standard, when you cast, it whips you back because that's just how that works, because it's based on camera, based on the character. Legacy helps you with that. Oh, you know, that completely slipped my mind. Dang. Thanks, PD. Thank you for that one. Yeah, so that's also a thing. You know, the way you're describing it wasn't usually how people have described it before. That's not on you. That's not on you. It's just, you know, now I can log it in memory that that's the way. Yes, Standard will do that. So, like, every time you cast, you whip back. Now, it's interesting, Cranky, before I get to you, Hustlehoof, there are ways that people have been able to work around Standard that they still do, like something like Machinist, and in your case, Summoner can work with that too. Where I've seen people strafe, so they move by strafing, like side to side, and that doesn't actually whip them back while they're doing casting. Additionally, I've had people actually do it where they would jump every GCD, because the jump, even though your camera whips you back, you're still in motion in the opposite direction, so you can actually pull it off that way. Yeah, I think those are the main ones that I've heard people talk about, especially if you're used to Standard, right? If you're someone that, like, let's just, for example, say you played years and years of WoW, which was mostly Standard, there are ways to work it, but then also give Legacy a try, because it might be more comfortable to you, so one thing to keep in mind. Oh, thanks. I'm glad I'm calm enough for you to pass out, but hey, that's what I've heard before. People have passed me out. Okay, Hustlehoof. It might be something that you want to check the bot for, maybe, but it's so interesting. So I had tried to make the jobs all 86 when I was doing EO to 1 to 10, and I blanked on Monk, so I got it to 85. Now, the reason why... Let's step it back a little bit. The reason why Ninja Bard and Dancer failed was because by the time I died on that fight, which was basically me running out of resources, running out of heals, the boss was at like 50%. Like, for all of them, they were like 50%. So in my brain, I'm like, even if I'm 90, I don't think I'm gonna... That doesn't matter. I'm still gonna die on that boss, even if I get a couple percentages out of the way. So we deemed them failure. The reason why Monk was possible, I was at 85 on Monk. I was rotating my heals as much as possible. Our first attempt, we got it to 34%. And I'm like, wait a minute, maybe if I was higher. So I actually pushed it to 88. I went even higher than that. I went to level 88 on Monk. We got it to 2%, but then I ran out of resources and died. But I was also trying not to kill it so I wouldn't save my arm and armor. So it was like weird in that respect, but basically got it to 2%. And I think maybe if you kited a little bit more and like waited for your cooldowns, it would become even more viable. Because when I did Reaper, the way I survived on Reaper was as the boss was chasing me, I would egress out of comp, I would egress away from it, and then as it was coming towards me, I would ingress back. And I wouldn't take damage for like a good 5 or 6 seconds, and it was actually enough time for like all my cooldowns to come back. And that's how I survived on Reaper, a lot more reliable. So that's why Monk is possible. Because I feel like it's in that category where potentially if you're a better player than me, you may have consistency. However, if you're someone who's like meh on Monk, it might be not that great. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it might be down to player skill as opposed to just what the job actually offers to you. So it's like it depends, you know? You know what I mean? It just depends. So with Monk, you basically want to spend some more time on the floor as extra level, is what you're saying. So I tried 88. I feel like you may want to be a little bit of a higher level. I think 86 with more kiting, like you said, might be possible, like respecting your cooldowns a little bit more. But what's really tricky with EO enemies is that they tend to hit you at a much further range than you'd think they do. So that boss will stick on your ass, like, way more than, like, actual kiting would. Like, you really have to get distance, and you can't really get distance too much on Monk unless, like, maybe, like, he's casting and then you run across the map and that you're doing it that way. But yeah, it takes a little bit more strategy to get it off of Monk. I played WoW for years before 14 and it took like 5 minutes to convert 100. Yeah, I mean, I just feel bad if I like force someone out of like their comfort zone, especially me playing on full keyboard, right? It's just one of those things that I try not to lean too hard on, and I would rather be like, hey, this is what other people did. But at the end of the day, really what it comes down to is you just have to try it and see if you like it. You know, don't force yourself to like it. Like, legitimately, genuinely like it, and then go for there. Monk has 6-sided stars, so that could help with cutting a bit more, but I never tried challenge. So maybe that's a really I never used that button. I don't remember that button did. Don't need to yell, Jesus. That's why I think tier lists are silly, because some jobs may pop off with player skill, plus tier lists can discourage people. Yeah, that's why you won't see it from me, Jonks. Again, I like to encapsulate the content in my channel just within this bubble. Like, for instance, if someone comes in here, they're like, hey, do you have a tier list? I'm like, no, look at Finn's. You know, look at Sig's. Like, look at Aurora's. Like, I'll point you to someone else who has a tier list, who I trust those guys, right? Anyone else who puts a tier list out there, look at them. You just won't get it from me, because that's exactly the premise that I want to avoid. And I remember distinctly, does it give you a short sprint? Oh, I remember distinctly, Jonks, that I had a mutual creator who puts out a tier list for something 14. Literally within the next hour, they had to almost retract it to like, oh, you know, I'm just putting the tier list just to put an idea, you know, all jobs are viable for blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, so why did you put the tier list? Like, you know what this means. Like, if you put a tier list, it's like you're basically saying on paper that X job is better than X job. Like, there's no takebacks, right? So to me, it's like silly that you would put it there and then do a takeback. And that's why I just avoid that, because one, I've seen so many people clear on a multitude of jobs, and two, you're still talking about playstyles. Like, people will have preferences, you know? You're not gonna get like maybe there are god tier gamers who will play every job at its maximum potential every single time. But I think that's a little bit not expected of the average player, right? I mean, especially Pictomancer is such a hot topic to me because it is a caster. And man, how many people have I seen talk about Black Mage? Being like, oh, it's a Black Mage. Black Mage is so hard. Oh my god, like you know, they look at like all the movement. Oh my god, this fight has got to be really bad on Black Mage. And every time I see that, I'm like, you know, Black Mage has a ton of mobility, right? Like, it has like so much mobility. I don't really see how this is a problem. But I'm not about to argue that point, because I guess it makes sense from like an outside perspective, where people who don't spend that much time on, say, specifically Black Mage, they don't see that optimization of the job, you know? And that's what takes them away from casting. They hear casting and they're like, oh, I gotta stand and cast. Okay, not my thing. And I think that's one thing that holds back Pictomancer, but I'll be honest, I haven't really seen people really complain about that part of Pictomancer. Even Cog, who was in here earlier, he hates casters, but he liked Pictomancer for whatever reason. Will I redo Picto? I will. At some point, It's one of those things that's now currently in the back burner because I actually have so many things I want to get done. But I will eventually, yeah. That was an amazing challenge. I love that challenge. Hey Queen! How's it going? Okay. I'm on. Ooh, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. Well, we're doing the tutorial. I'm gonna continue this tutorial after we finish today. We get to 90 today. I'm gonna continue this tutorial next Thursday, Friday. Next Thursday, Sunday is the current plan, so... Good. Better not. Hey, Henry. Henry, I saw you pop in. I didn't say hi to you earlier, but... Oh, wait, I did say hi to you. Oh, no. I didn't say hi to you. Who was that? Oh, no, that was Hugo earlier. Okay. And also, Novelli, thank you for that follow 15 minutes ago. Okay. We're gonna go into the next floor, but I'm gonna step away for a second. As I was doing the run, I realized I left my water in the other room, so I need to go get it. And then we'll come back. So, I'm gonna hit ads here, but then I'll be back, like, a little bit quicker, and then we'll start up 41 to 50, alright, guys? So, thank you for watching. Just give me a quick second, I'll be back. Ads are going out, though. See you in a bit. Okay, let me just refill this water, and then let's step into, 41. The power of Pictomancer. I think if anything, the bulk of the guide will be the 1 to 40. After that, it's just like, you're just gonna blink and you're at 120. that's how this is gonna go. So, alright team. Let's get in, start it up. 41 to 50. From here, I would say, yes, you started this off at 31 to 40, but now from 41 to 50, with the exception of us maybe spending a little time just getting to a couple rooms, trying to see if we can still get silver chests, but more than likely we won't really do that because we're not getting that many upgrades. We're gonna move blazing fast. Like, again, I'm gonna try to talk about some enemies that we actually have to fight, but a lot of times we're just going to just, like, melt away some enemies, and they're just gonna die before you even blink. And this is where, you know, this might be appealing to why would I take in Pictomancer? What is this shop going to offer me? It's gonna offer you damage, and damage, and damage, and more damage. We don't have a strength on. Rather, we don't have a strength period. However, I'm gonna pop a steal here. Reason? We're not 60 yet. So this is just gonna be good to kind of help us kind of get to 60 while we get over there. Manticore Patrol here. Gonna pop them. We don't have strength on. I said that, right? We don't have strength on? Good. Just making sure that you heard me. Making sure I said that loud and clear. We don't have strength on. Let's pop him over here. Gonna use the hammer here for the rest of the damage. Now, one thing I will do as we go higher and higher into floors, with the exception of hammer, which does have a shorter cooldown if you commit to it, a lot of times I will try to clean out enemies with my regular GCDs as opposed to using my more powerful OGCDs. The reason here is just because I can use it on the next pull, especially when you're talking about the Palm Muse and the Wing, because they're your big hits, and they can just wipe out an enemy just like that. So you don't want to kind of overuse them on the same enemy. You do want to distribute it from enemy to enemy. The hammer is just the one where I will utilize a lot more for like its own damage, but I'll still pull with my regular GCD when it's available. But you also do want to use it as often as possible. When it's available, boom, just use it, you know? Just, like, look at the next thing and just pop them. I will do, actually, because I have it coming up, and I have that one coming up. And since we're going to be navigating, this is something I'll mention a lot more on the higher floors, but there's going to be kind of, like an up phase and a down phase, if you will, with Pictomancer, where you have your phase of, like, you have all the damage, you blow all that damage on an enemy, but then you'll have this navigation phase where you're, like, looking through the rooms, checking the chests, so on and so forth, and this is to kill time for your cooldowns to come back up, you know? So you're kind of working Pictomancer in that sense, versus some other jobs where you do want to keep the consistent damage rolling. You want to wait for those cooldowns to come up before you kind of engage again. Another here with a no knockback, just as we showed that earlier. Here I'm going to start using flights because we don't need the XP, and we don't need the kill count. I mentioned this earlier, what a flight does. If the average kill count to get off of a floor in this particular floor, which is just a little bit higher than normal, you're probably going to be averaging between 4 and 6, maybe closer to 5, getting off the floor. A flight will cut that in half, so now you're looking at 2, 3, 4 kills to get off a floor, 4 probably maximum. So that's what a flight does. It just kind of cuts the floor in half with the amount of kills that you need. Got an armor upgrade because we are getting a little bit higher on those floors. Hammer is one of the best skills in its kit. It's very good. I would still say that the palm muse and the wing will be doing a little bit more stronger damage, but the crit direct hit of the hammer is extremely good, and it is mobile damage as well. 3 GCDs on the run, really, really good damage. Moving along these rooms, we have a witching, a free witching, just in case we have tragedy. Okay, you're dead. Well, the Manticore would do a front swipe called Ripper Claw. If it gets to it, you just don't want to be in front. It is a non-telegraph here, so I'm going to be moving away from it here. There's Ripper Claw coming out, but no big deal. Gargoyle. These gargoyles are not as treacherous. They will do a double attack, but unlike their brothers 100 floors from now, they will not do the poison. I'm gonna take care of these enemies just because they're kind of blocking the exit. They're both sites, but I'll just want to clear up the exit just a little bit so I can get around. We're also going the long way here to avoid the demon. I could have just killed the demon, but another flight over there, no big deal. We'll leave it in the chest. Okay, 43, no debuff. We got a Lust back, which we used on the previous floor. Still haven't seen a Strength yet, but that's okay. I'm actually going to pop a Fortune here because it's at 3. Kind of hoping maybe we get lucky with the chest drops, since we are looking for that Strength. Don't really need it. I mean, it's almost like Pictomancer already has Strength on, right? But it would be good for the boss to have it on. Didn't even do it. Like, it's just wild to see this damage go off, right? I mean, I would love to explain to you what some of these enemies do, but they're just dying before they even get to do anything. The boot will cast a Paralyze if it for some reason is alive long enough. It is also a sound aggro. And now we are 60. Welcome to 60. And this is where the separation of someone going for a clear attempt or just wanting to get that title versus someone going for, say, a scoring attempt will start to separate. Because if you're going for scoring, you want all the kills that you want. So you'll actually check all the chests, you'll kill all the people, you'll kill all the enemies, so on and so forth. In a clear run, when I do a clear run, I kind of just kill enough just to move on. Just so I can kind of move through. Maybe you're someone that, like, you know, you want to get to those higher floors again. You want to prog, you're going for that title. This is one way that you'll see the speed in which we get to get through these floors. You also see we got a Mimic here. Mimic's already dead without Strength on. So the amount of damage that we output on Pictomancer is wild. And I will say, again, this will be something I'll say in the higher floors. One of the things that you'll take an advantage of on Pictomancer, and granted, it's like a lot of this big damage isn't always available. Like, there is a cooldown with all of these buttons. But you're doing that kind of balancing act where you're spending the time to wipe out all your GCDs, and then you're spending the time to navigate, to move around. So when it's available, you burn it. When it's not available, you look around what's around the floor, check those chests, so on and so forth. And that's how you kind of deal with Pictomancer and maximizing its efficiency. Especially on the later floors when you're talking about survival and things that are really going to hit you very hard. And when the longer and longer you extend those fights, the more in danger you could be from dying. You'll be a lot better if you're going to have your burst available. One thing you will see me not use that often, but I'll try to say and explain it if I do end up using it, is I will typically... I'm going to use this flight again. You will typically not see me use my subtractive palette unless I'm really on the bosses. Now, one of the downsides to subtractive palette is that it does have a longer casting time, and not to mention you have to commit to all 3 GCDs before you get back into your regular GCD. And especially when you're talking about the topic of kiting and trying to avoid damage and trying to move around and still, you know, execute your hits and everything, having a longer casting time does put you a little bit more in danger of taking more damage. Now, there will be situations in which I will end up using them on the enemies. You'll definitely see me use it on the bosses, but if you're kind of wondering, like, oh, you're not really using that button, I mean, your gauge is full, why don't you use it? A lot of times it's because that's the habit that I formed based on the higher floors, that I tend not to rely on it. But we'll talk about that when we get there, but that's just to explain that. And we are on 45 with 8 minutes, so again, we're moving very quickly. We got our rage back, which we used earlier to demonstrate the no knockback rage. Silver chest here, which I will want to get to. I didn't even get the hammer off. I was trying to get that GCD off. It didn't even come off, the enemy was dead. Okay, hit a toe trap right on this floor. We're okay here, I'm not going to be too worried about it. Way to handle this is just kind of you run away from it. Now you're actually probably going to see the boot cast that Paralyze, because it's going to be alive long enough. It is a pretty potent Paralyze, but a short Paralyze. It is 15 seconds, or actually 12 seconds. You can see it kind of activated pretty long. This is also another part of why having a long cast kind of sucks, because the longer the cast, the more likelihood you're going to get stopped with the Paralyze. Checking the chest here. Dice. The Wraith here is a patrol in its proximity. It does do its AoE scream if you leave it alive long enough, so make sure you just don't stay close, but it's usually dead by the time you ever really get to it. Beam! Okay, now I have to worry about traps here. No enemies here, so I'm good. Oh, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. If I hit a landmine into a silver chest, I will die and the run is over. So that's why I did a little bit of a 2-second check there on those silver chests. You'll see me do it kind of all the time, that I'll walk up to a silver and wait. Hold. Especially when I'm not sure of the chest. We got our next upgrade here, and a toad, which I don't understand why I didn't hit it on the way over there, but whatever, we hit it on the way back. Happens. But there is a toad trap right in that corner over there. But we are now 63, 62, 61. One thing I'll say now, but I'll say it later. The 50 boss and the 100 boss. You will get a +1/+1 arm and armor by killing those bosses in particular. So it's kind of nice, a little bit of a free upgrade. You also do get a pot shirt for free when you kill those bosses. Kind of nice, especially when you're talking about trying to level your arm and armor. If you started at a lower number that isn't 99.99, no matter where you are, you could even be like 10.10, you're gonna get a +1/+1. You could be 98.98, you'll get a +1/+1 by killing 50. So that's why starting at a lower arm and armor is not really that detrimental, because as you're climbing through these 200 floors, you will have so much opportunity to level your thing up. Gonna stop and not go through this floor until I kill this Wraith, just in case I hit a trap here. Okay, moving through. More Wraiths, you want to get rid of them because they are proximity. There's a lot of enemies here. Killing it first before I go into this room. Perfect. Gonna pop this Wraith right now because I had that last hammer going. The exit is over here. I'm gonna try to see what this chest is, because I have yet to find my my strength here, but that is just what happens sometimes. I'll check this room too, since I'm going through here. That is a silver. I'm gonna fight for the silver. The ghost is going to be sound, as I mentioned. However, the persona, which are very similar to the ghost because they basically do the same thing, they do the paralyze, they are proximity. So I would have probably had to deal with that if I were gonna get the silver chest. I got the ghost here. No change, which is fine. Ghost aggro because it flew across the room. I'm gonna make my way to the exit here. That Hellhound is sight, but is looking away and now moved away, so we're good. The Bloodguard is sight as well, so he's moving away, so I can move along the right side to avoid it. Hold, 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 then open. Get into that habit of just kind of holding there before you open those chests. Let me tell you, dying to a combination landmine into silver chest or a toad trap into silver chest, which snapshots you, is just the worst feeling. So just give it 2 seconds on the silver chest, and you'll make yourself really happy and never have to concern yourself with that combination. Safety here, gonna be good, especially on these floors. We are on 47 with 13 minutes on the clock, moving very swiftly. As mentioned before, haste does not affect the motif casting time. It'll be 3 seconds to cast a motif in combat. With haste, it is still 3 seconds, so it doesn't help you in that department. Killing the persona here. Do I want to check this chest? So it's right here, which means I have to kill this persona. Okay, fortune came back. Great, don't need the fortune. Here I'm gonna do my subtractive because I need a couple GCDs and none of my damage is up. So you'll see it's a little bit of a long cast, although this is hasted, so it's a little bit, you know, skewed in that department. Okay, we are starting to get max potions now, so I'm actually gonna swap my potions from X to max to use the appropriate potions that are dropping. So each floor set is working with their own potions. Potion, high potion, Mega, X, and then you finally at the max potions. We will be using max potions for this run just for the sake of demo. But if you have hyper potions, super potions, those are definitely going to be a better pick, especially if you've done the previous deep dungeons. But for the sake of demonstration, I'm just going to showcase that max potions are perfectly fine to use if that's all you have access to. You could buy them off the market board if you so wish, but save your money, it's fine, you don't have to get it. DPS will have less HP anyway. I mean, it'll be a little bit better for like a tank to have like a hyper potion, but yeah, you don't have to worry about that. I have a treasure room here. I don't know if I really care about that at the moment because it isn't blocking the exit, and we're kind of moving a little bit quicker here. So we'll just skip that treasure room for now, which has all the enemies, and we'll just get our opening of the exit on this department. I will try to go over here to try to get this chest, and we'll go straight into the boss coming up. I still don't have a strength. Well, we didn't see a strength on this floor, but you know what? It happens. Sometimes it just be like that, and RNG just is what it's doing. Luckily, I do have the steel, which is kind of what's important, not really the strength here. We're gonna mitigate. Again, we started with 20 sustaining potions on the beginning of this run. We still have 20, the starting 20 that we have. We're trying to not use them just to showcase to conserve those potions if you're starting with a less amount or none, and to also show that you don't need them up until a certain point. Alright, oh, we have one more floor. Sorry, I thought I was into Edda. Maybe we'll have one more floor. Maybe we get the strength here. A little bit ahead of myself, but that's okay. That dragon just exploded. You know, usually the bigger enemies will have higher HP. Usually it's a rule of thumb in Deep Dungeon, the bigger they are, the more HP pool they have, but that did not quite matter against Pictomancer. Hit the guard. Fine. Okay. Hold on the chest. Hold. Up. And get into that habit. Very, very, very good habit to form. It's only 2 seconds. 2 seconds or 3 hours, you know, which one would you like to exchange for by giving that time on the chest? Checking the chest and going straight to the exit. We are 60. We don't need kills. Kills are no longer important to us because we are at level cap. You'll see me skip quite a lot of enemies now, as opposed to before, where we were definitely giving it a lot of respect. The Gravekeeper are sound. As a note, you could let them walk past you if they're walking away from you. In this case, it was walking with me, so I just killed it. Good note, the key being blue when you could leave. Yeah, the key colors are kind of whatever. We had someone ask that before, not in this stream, but before, about, you know, it was the key. Can the key tell you how many kills there are? We've never been able to parse that, and never been able to really decipher. It's just kind of just there for effect, because it's just really random sometimes. Alright, welcome to Edda. If you know your Tamtar hard mode or your Tamtar normal mode, this is kind of where she's ended up. We will pop a steal here, not so much because the fight's hard, but this will mitigate any possibility of maybe using a sustaining potion and getting through. Unfortunately, oh, we actually have a strength. Okay, I'll pop the strength here. Okay, we got a strength at some point, so good. We're gonna open with Lust here. And we'll do the 3 stacks, and then we'll go through the fight. So 5, did I say 3? 5 stacks to Lust is the maximum you can get. It is a 90-second duration, in terms of how long the Lust goes. Donut in, so we're gonna stay in. You can see that we've already melted her HP down to 68% with that full burst. Basically, she'll do that AoE, she'll do Black Honeymoon, which is that one right over there. She'll occasionally do a gaze attack as well. Now, with Black Honeymoon, it will get more powerful if you fail the mechanic. Also, this is a gaze move, which actually, what's really nice about Pictomancer is when she does Cold Feet, it's a really good opportunity to cast your motifs again. If you get hit with this intentionally, which I will do on purpose, you're gonna see on the floor, it'll get a little character right over there. See that character over there? Basically, it's boosting her damage for the next Black Honeymoon. This is actually a fight that makes it more complicated with more people, because a lot of times when you do it with a lot of random gamers, sometimes they don't know how to handle mechanics, and so it makes her Black Honeymoon hit even harder, so it's something to be a little concerned about. But with solo, it's way more manageable about avoiding the mechanics. So you're just getting in, getting out occasionally. You have your dash, which you can use to avoid that too. There's a Black Honeymoon coming in. I'm gonna add here just in case. You can see it does a moderate amount of damage, but we killed the boss before really our HP got anywhere close to being dangerous. You heard the arm and armor go up, so now we are 64-62. If you look at the screen very carefully, you'll also see us get our first pot shirt of the run right there. You can't really see my chat at the moment, but actually let me show you. I'll kill the camera so you can see the chat for a little bit. So you'll see we are level 100 Pictomancer, so we're getting Poetics, Aesthetics, and Helio. And depending on what patch you're looking at for this guide, you know, you get whatever it's replaced for Aesthetics, so on and so forth, whatever the new tomes are, but you're getting all the tomes here, so that's kind of a nice little bonus. And then you see you got the first potsherd. We haven't picked up a potsherd in this whole run up until that point with the guaranteed, so we now have one. So now, if I were to change that into sustaining potions, which I'll show you right now, you will get 20. And the NPC that does it right here is Iuna, right over here. You go to them, go to exchange artifacts, go here, hit the sustaining potion, give them the potsherd. We now have 40 potsherds. So there you go, that's how you get those potsherds, and that's your guarantee. Everyone gets it at 50, and that's how you start going in, so now we have 40. And that is 41 to 50. Okay. I want to waste my money, says Queen. Saving's boring. I mean, that's fair. I mean, look, if you have a lot of guild to burn, then, I mean, do what you gotta do, man. Landmine exploding chest feels so bad. It does, and I've had it happen a handful of times. Actually, I have a clip here that I can bring up to you guys right now. Hold on. It was the more rare instance where I had a toad trap into a silver chest. I'm putting this into the machinist tutorial, and I might squeeze it in maybe for this tutorial as well, if I can find the context for it. But that's what happens. Okay, YouTube's good over there. Omniros, good to see you. I must hate this job. I absolutely hate this job. Yo, Jonks, thank you for being here, man. I hope it was a good watch. I'll catch you next time. It seems hard to get sustaining potions since you can't really farm them. It's, hold on. So it's a tiny bit of a misconception. It seems hard because you don't have the farm floors. Zudra, by the way, thank you for the follow, as well as Vermoth, thank you for the follow. It seems hard because the recommendation from me, TwiceCast, is to actually get into 101 plus and and get the potsherds there, because you barely get potsherds 1 to 100 outside of the guarantee from 50 and 100. But here's what happens. So you can on average 1 to 100 leave 100 floors and have 3 potsherds, 2 of which are guaranteed, 1 you might get lucky on the floor. You can step into 101 to 110, and it's possible to get upwards of like 7-8 potsherds on those 10 floors. Like, it's possible. People have gotten 7. I've seen 4 to 7, 2 to 7, whatever it might be. So the drop rate is ginormous 101 plus. And, you know, especially when you're going through a run like this, and we'll definitely showcase it. It's one reason why I wanted to start with a much lower sustaining potion to demonstrate this. you don't need that much going from 1 to 100, and really the only time you're going to start to actually need sustainings are on the bosses, which you'll probably use maybe 3 or 4 per boss up until about 150 where you start to really need them, and 141 where you start to really need them. But hopefully by then you've picked up a good handful of potions that by the time you get to like 141, your potions are good for the rest of the run. And really, I would say for a run like this, you probably would need maybe like 300 to 400, even to clear, depending on how conservative you may be. Pictomancer can be very conservative with using it, which we'll showcase as much as possible, but we'll have the sustainings as well. But hey, you know, we started like this on Machinist. We started at 20, and we ended up with 141, 171. So we actually started with more than we began with. Now, it is still RNG. You know, maybe we get extremely unlucky, but more times than not, especially if you take the time to check the chests, you more than likely will get those potsherds along the way. So that's why it's weird. You know, it's nice to have that 21 to 30 spam floor that you can get that guarantee and build it up beforehand. But the way the floors are designed in Palace, it kind of works out. It's just you understand it more when you actually do it yourself, kind of thing. And I think that's why it's important for me to demonstrate that now. Because all of my tutorials beforehand, we had a full stock of potions, and it was just like, oh, well, it'd be nice if you start with that, you know? So that's why I have it at a much lower number. Uranix, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that is 41 to 50. We'll go straight into the next floor, no ads. I'll hit the ads on the next set, so we're going to step into 51 to 60. So thank you guys for watching. Just as a reminder here, we are doing a live tutorial. I'm being a little less respondent on chat, so I can kind of keep the stream of consciousness going, trying to say as much as I can during the run. However, if you guys ask a question that's pertaining to the run or pertaining to Deep Dungeon, I may answer that. So, yeah. And then if not, I will just get to the end of the floor and I'll catch up with you guys. So that's how we're conducting these. So thank you for your patience, and I hope you're enjoying the watch. But let's get started. 51 to 60. You've made it through the first 1 to 50. I would argue that 1 to 50 is pretty difficult because, if my hand will show on the camera, the difficulty will go into like from a starting point and then eventually go higher and higher and higher, with 41 to 50 being arguably harder, but it will go down again from 51 to 60, and then it'll kind of climb up again. You'll feel 51 to 60 being probably easier than even like maybe as easy as like 11 to 10, maybe 11 to 20, maybe arguably even as like the same as like 1 to 10, because this is actually a floor set where you can get through this floor set with like 10 armor. Like, you can be that low, whereas I wouldn't recommend that on like 11 to 20 or like 21 to 30. Like, you want at least a little bit higher arm on that set, but that's where that kind of scaling goes into play. So we're gonna zoom through these floors pretty well. Again, we're gonna talk about things as much as I can, but a lot of them are just gonna die before you even see much. The rooms are going to be a lot tighter, so that the possibility of hitting traps are still going to be just as dangerous as the previous floors. But we'll see how we do on this, and we'll kind of... You'll probably see, we're going to go pretty fast on this one. Also, note here, silver chests are going to be even more important, because the likelihood of getting us an upgrade are going to be pretty high now that we're getting into 51 plus. So let's hop in, 51. Let's do it. How do I use my Swift Cast on Pictomancer? So I don't use it as often. A lot of times I use it a little bit as an emergency if I've kind of forgot to set up my motif. Also, we do have sleep, and we haven't really talked about the ability to sleep because we haven't really needed it. That's going to be something you see on the higher floors, but sometimes I will save my Swift for a sleep on enemies if things get a little dicey. So that's also one place I use it. But a lot of times it's more to fix a mistake as opposed to aggressive. I'm someone who does like to play more on the cautious side, so a lot of my cooldowns I'll sit on till I need them, if that makes sense. But okay, so we're going through a couple enemies right now. The puddings are probably the only ones you want to be a little bit attentive to because they are proximity. They are casters, but more because they are proximity. So if they're blocking an exit, blocking a pathway, they have to die because otherwise you're going to aggro them anyway. Get that exploding chest, check my HP here. So here's a bunch of pudding. So this one in front of me has to go, and the one by the exit has to go, because there's no way I can navigate around them without having to fight them. So just fight them in the room. Again, I mean, you don't even get to see what they do. Like, they're supposed to do Golden Tongue after about 5 seconds to boost their casting. But just most of the time they're dead before it happens. There's the Golden Tongue happening because we don't have a burst right now. But that's kind of Pictomancer for you. We're using that flight because it will cut the amount of enemies I need to get off the floor by half, and we are not caring about the kill count at the moment. We just want to keep moving. Think about that strength, which you haven't. Strengths have been a little lackluster so far in this run, but it's okay. Oh, next thing that is worth noting: this is going to be your first instance in which you can pick up a raising. You do not see the resolution, the last palm that is available, until 61, but you can possibly see a raising starting at 51. You cannot get a raising before 51, but they start from here until 180. And 180 is the last time you can see a raising, because 181 plus to 200, you no longer see raising. It is removed out of the Pomander pool. But for now, you can definitely try to see if you can get them, definitely cherish them. What's good about the raising? A very common question I receive from many people. What does it do, right? If I die with a raising on, can I still get Necromancer? That is a very common question. You think that's common sense, but look, if you're talking about a title so sensitive as Necromancer, when people tell you, well, if you die, you can't get the title. A raising is like a get-out-of-free-jail card. It basically means if you have it on, it is a legit re-raise. You can continue the run, the re-raise will get taken away, and then you can keep going. You'll get back up. Now you have to use the Pomander for it to activate, but it is what that purpose is. It is something that gets you back up if you were to take a death for whatever reason. Now, you only get so many of them. It only lasts this. So if I were to use a raising right now, it only lasts this set of floor, this instance. Also, another thing to verify there is that you only fail the run, you only fail the chance of getting Necromancer if you duty fail. So with a raising on, you will die, you will get back up, but it will not be a duty fail. Okay, continuing through these floors, we're going to kill these gremlins here, probably both of them. Especially because I hit both of them. Beam on both, boom, dead. Also, it is flighted, so we're out of here at record time. Doing the affluence here for the extra chests. Is raising the only Pomander I cannot get 180 plus? That is correct. It is the only Pomander statistically that you cannot get. Everything else may have a low chance, but they are possible. I believe in 191 plus, for instance, a rage is like a literal 1% chance to get a rage up there. Of course, you're contending with a lot of other palms, right? So 1% seems to make sense. But yeah, it's impossible for a raising to come in. And that is, by the way, a community thing. The game didn't tell us, you know, it wasn't in a patch note or something. It's just people have done runs over and over and over, and after all of these runs that we've done, no one's ever reported a raising, therefore that's what we go with. I'll mention that, of course, when we get up to those floors in particular, when it's more relevant, but since we're talking about raising. Using another flight. Is it more aggressive with Affluence, Alter, and Fortune? We try to get raising and resolution on sets when they start dropping. So it's something that I would recommend checking DD Compendium for, because they will have drop rates and statistics on the possibilities of certain Pomanders dropping. So just for like a literal hard evidence on what you're asking for, Rory, I would definitely eye that for more of the actual like math part of it. Now, in general, just to kind of answer you, coming from someone who doesn't typically reference Compendium as my own information, as I just do the runs, I would definitely say try to use your stuff as you get to the overcap, or to keep it at 2, to get those extra chances for chests and get those extra chances, so on and so forth. But I wouldn't go too crazy. You have, like, based on my history of doing the runs, I usually get to all the palms that I need to by the time I really need it, by like 141, 151, so on and so forth. And I've never had a situation where I'm like kind of like starving for these floors. We just got our first raising right now. I never really had an instance where I'm starving for those Pomanders in the assumption that I'm taking the time to actually check chests. I will say maybe about 60-70% of people may be missing palms because they're actually not getting to all the chests. So that could be a reason why you're missing things. So you do want to take the effort to check said chests. If that makes sense. You're seeing our armor getting a little bit higher, but you know, if you get closer and closer to like the higher floors and you still don't have what you need, then it definitely is a thing. Now, one little detail to that question though, statistically, as I mentioned, although I don't typically look into the actual statistics of like, you know, a palm drops 6% of the time, blah 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 on per floor, it is worth noting that on 171 plus, it does have probably the highest rate of a raising to drop. That is across all deep dungeons, by the way. Heaven on High EO is 71 to 80 before you get into those last 20. The raising is a higher possibility. So if anything, let's say that you're at like 120, okay? It may not be a terrible idea to like maybe push the affluences a little bit more, push the fortunes a little bit more. But if for some reason you're still like missing out on some palms and you're getting closer to 171, let's say you popped a couple raising here and there because of things happening, it definitely is advantageous to now save those affluences and potentially those fortunes for 171 and use them all there to kind of see if you can pull up a raising before you run out of the chance to use the raising, if that makes sense. Now the resolution is interesting because most of the time you should be good on resolution, but I did have a run recently on Pictomancer where I used my raising on 140, as I typically do, as we use that strategy for a little bit of a quick kill on 140. Again, I'll talk about that when we get there, or it'll be done on the 140. But after I used the resolution on 140, I never saw another resolution for the entire run until I got up to 191. So that's 50 floors I did not see a resolution, which is pretty incredible. Again, very unlikely, but it is possible if you're talking RNG. Okay. Exit is open. We actually got our second raising here, so that's really good. We took the time to check that chest, and we got rewarded for that. I'm gonna skip a couple kills here, because I don't really need the kills. Got a rage, but we're already off the floor, so unless I aggro something, which honestly doesn't really matter because I kill it very fast, I will consider the rage, but it's kind of not necessary at the moment. And another rage, because the game's like, hey, you really should use this rage. And I'm like, no, I'm Pictomancer, I already have rage on. Most of the time you use Pomanders if you get a fourth one, but at which floor do you start using them more aggressively? You know, it's a good question, Hugo. Honestly, on the lower floors, if you start getting comfortable on these floors, you can actually be more aggressive now. And you would almost think of it in a reverse logic, where you would be more aggressive early, but then be a little bit more conservative once you start stepping into like 121, 131, when the floors start getting a little bit harder. Now, the one palm that I am usually aggressive on is the strength, especially as a DPS. Because, you know, killing something faster means that you will go faster. So you'll see me use the strength at the very least. But a lot of palms I will usually keep at 3. Only because I like to keep the stock hold. If anything, affluences and fortunes, like we were mentioning with Rory asking that question, would be ones that I'll be using a little bit more aggressively to kind of get the chests back. But like something like Steel, Rage, maybe like Sights and stuff, Lusts, etc., I will be a little bit more conservative with, and I won't use them as often. The Rages are interesting because, you know, if I'm at 2 or 3, I may consider using them. But again, I was joking how Pictomancer is a Rage Palm in general because the amount of damage it has. So that's why it's one of those things where it's like unnecessary. If I'm not needing it, then I may as well not use it, kind of thing. Lust is only one where I do kind of consistently use them on the bosses. You'll see me use them on the bosses. because it helps kind of kill them a little bit faster, so that's one thing to note as well. You'll see me be, I guess you can say, aggressive on lusts, but I don't use lusts really on the floors as a DPS. So, I may as well use them on the bosses is kind of the logic there. Killing them 50% faster is always nice. Into 57 already. Look, we've run into a lot of enemies. I didn't really have to talk about so much of the enemies. Like I said, we're killing so many of them so quickly. But if anything, definitely pay attention to our movement and how we're navigating through the floors. This is Sight, the gargoyle is. We're kind of making sure that we're still keeping the strategy of what we did on the previous floors, where like we would pull something, kind of wait for it to die, and then move through the floor so that we don't hit a trap while we're fighting something. Archdemon here is proximity, a little bit more deadlier later, but they are patrol, which is proximity. Already at the exit over here, gonna check the chest. Got a flight, gonna pop the pot, which is a proximity aggro as well. We're killing faster than I can even talk about them. We're stepping into the 58th floor. Steel come back, so we're looking good on that department. Our strength did also come back too, so we're actually getting back in. Want to check this bronze chest for the potential potcher here. Good. Max potion. I'll pull the Taurus over here. Taurus rather. He does a point blank AoE, slight aggro. One of the easier things to fight in general. Definitely a good pull. But a lot of times we are just kind of focusing our pulls on things that are in our way. For instance, this gargoyle will aggro if we try to get across this room, so we're going to take it out right now, just so it no longer becomes a bothersome when we try to get through this room. Rages, when you use it, is it better to try to double dip a floor? On the higher floors, yes. On the lower floors, one of the better benefits you could have is comboing them with a fortune. Oh boy. Is comboing them with a fortune so you can kind of get kills, because the thing with the double dip, the small downside to doing a double floor rage, or a double dip like we call it, and to kind of explain what that is, it's just basically you use a rage on one floor, you take it into the next floor with enough time, and you try to clear the second floor. So you kind of get 2 floors out of the rage. That's why we call it a double dip. But the small downside to that is that if there are chests on the floor, you are kind of forfeiting them because you can't open a chest while transformed, the gold chest while transformed. So the secondary benefit you could use with a rage is if like there's a lot of enemies on the floor, if there's a treasure room, or just a really big room. Fortune, rage, kill everything, and then check all the chests if any were to drop, so you have a potential of maybe restocking on Pictomanders that you may have used. So that's the secondary benefit. That actually used to be like the original strategy that we had formulated for rage, since we didn't have this idea of doing what we call a double dip and taking advantage of taking into the next floor. Before I move on from that conversation, one last kind of downside to doing a double dip rage is that you don't know what the debuff is on the next floor. So if it is a no knockback, you're kind of screwed with a rage that way, but it is still RNG. You don't know if it's coming. Now, one of the biggest downsides to Pictomancer is an ability down floor. It's our first instance of it from the entire run. The biggest issue with this is we cannot use our palm and wing. We cannot use our hammer. We are 1-1-1-1-1 this entire time. We can't even use our pallet. Nothing. Pictomancer has nothing with ability down, and this is probably going to be on the higher floors in instant Serenity. So keep that in mind. This is one of the kind of downsides of Pictomancer. We've had a lot of positives with its insane burst, its quick mobility, its quick way to get through the floors. But this is the one thing that will be the downside. Now here's a good example of a rage here. We got a free rage, but this is actually getting us off the floor now, because the rage does bypass the ability. It doesn't get affected by ability, the ability debuff, so we can operate as normal with the rage. So that's one way that you can kind of get through a floor like this, although to me, I think a rage is a little bit more valuable than, say, a Serenity. I would probably Serenity this if this were to happen on the higher floors. Whereas, we were talking about this, okay? We were just talking about that conversation about a Rage. A Rage has a potential to get you 2 floors. A Serenity only gets you 1 floor, so just by that very simple equation, you know, there's more worth of you trying to maybe burn a Serenity to get through an ability down over doing a Rage to get through an ability down. We're getting through this treasure room, again, because we do have the Rage on, so we may as well take advantage of it, and I could get some chests here. Maybe able to squeeze 1 more kill with this Rage. Oh, also pay attention. If you look at my armor, it is no longer yellow and italicized. If it's yellow and italicized, it means that my arm is higher than what the level cap or the floor cap is. This one I'm actually gonna witching because I'm not killing this in time. So now that my armor is 62, it's actually under cap. So that means that my armor is technically lower than what this dungeon caps at. So that's what it's indicating right there. Now, here. The one other downside that you're going to have to contend with Pictomancer, unlike let's say a machinist or a warrior, you do have to deal with Pox because there's no way to stop the infatuation. You don't have an interrupt. So in this case, I'm taking this on purpose. You'll see the Pox go on to me. No way for me to stop it. I mean, to be fair, a warrior and a machinist can't stop it in an ability floor down anyway, but this is like, you know, no matter what, you can't do this. Now, you do have a lot of damage to kill the mimics if I were to have the damage to kill them before the Pox comes out. But one method to bypass the Pox, aside from using the Purity, which we'll explain, is doing Witching. Because you can kill, as long as you kill the Mimic faster than 30 seconds, or if you delay it maybe 35 seconds, then you avoid the Pox that way. Pox is a 10-minute debuff. It gives you a damage over time, kills your HP regeneration, and lowers your damage. The damage down is kind of whatever, who cares? Like, I mean, it's Pictomancer. But the HP regen and the damage over time is kind of what's really bad. Because unless I start using sustaining potions or I get rid of this purity, I am slowly dying for 10 minutes. So we have a Pomander here, called the Purity Pomander right here, that is specifically meant to remove the Pox. Now, you only have so many of them, so you don't want to overuse them. Later on the higher floors, when we really have to start dealing with higher level mimics, I'll talk about my method of how I use the purity. But for this time, for now, on these lower floors, if you just happen to get Pox, just pop a purity, you'll probably get it back in time, as example right there. But it is going to be a little bit more important on the higher floors about my strategy of what I do and how I handle Pox and so on and so forth. Now here, we're just gonna kind of check back and backtrack on the floors that we went through. Just kind of checking the chests that we passed on. A sight's really good, actually. Okay, so we're gonna go towards the exit over there. So yeah, enormous damage on Pictomancer, one of the best bursts in the game, but you gotta deal with Pox. Ability downs really suck. So does Blind for that, for all intents and purposes as well. Blind kind of really sucks on Pictomancer. Right, so as we're getting to the boss, we're going to Strength and Steel as a habit. Again, you are more than welcome to start getting into these bosses at least without the Strength. I would recommend the Steel. The reason why for the Steel is because it helps you mitigate sustaining potions. You know, if you're working with a lot less sustaining potions, this is one way to make sure that you don't actually end up using any. And we'll definitely demonstrate here about trying to get through this boss without using anything. This boss will do very similar things that it will 100 floors from now. It'll open with a giant DOT puddle, which we want to move out of. Now, on Pictomancer, you do want to give it a little bit of respect because you are having to stop and go with your damage. This thing is on a rotation, so as it's about to cast the puddle, you do want to be in motion already. Otherwise, you may take a tick of damage from that thing. We want to stay away from the exploding orbs over here. I'm going to hard cast my motif. I'm also going to cast my shielding here. And probably look into using my first max potion here. We'll see. The boss did not... Okay, there it is. It broke my shield. I was hoping you would break my shield. Also, I do have Addle to reduce the damage as well, so that's really useful. But you can see, we only use the max potion and our shielding. And we're almost done with the fight. Especially with the amount of damage that Pictomancer has. Gonna dash out of that puddle over there, just so we don't take that extra dot here. Looking for where the balls are spawning. They're away from me, so I can go over here. Managing damage. I'm gonna Swift here for my motif because I got my big damage coming in. Boom, and that's a dead boss. Didn't get too low on HP. No sustaining potions used. So we were able to save the sustaining potions. And that is 51 to 60 in the books. Flew that Flora. That's kind of where Pictomancer is going to get to you. Honestly, I feel like one thing I did want to get into in the near future was potentially doing this as a speedrun and to see what Pictomancer can do on a speedrun, because I'm very impressed with how fast we're going through the floors. I don't think it would be faster than Machinist overall. I think Machinist Peloton is probably just too strong. But the burst that Picto has, and I mean Smudge is really good too. Maybe it does contend against Machinist for speed, but that's something in like later future. I've done a lot of 1 to 100 speedruns on Machinist. So we have a lot of practice on that, and I know my timers for that. Just under 2 hours, by the way. And it would be interesting to see that eventually, but that's something I'll worry about in the future. I'm gonna hit an ad here, but then we're gonna step right into 61 to 70. Today we're going into floor 90, so we're almost at the end of stream here. Banjoey, let me answer this. I just came in, so hopefully it hasn't been answered, but hey, it's okay if it has. I'll repeat it. My biggest issue with Pictomancer, I've only made it to 161 thus far, is when I have nothing but big cooldowns left, and my enemy has like 1%. Is it clever? Is there a clever trick I'm not noticing? Is when I have nothing but big cooldowns left, and the enemy has 1% left. Well, then you just use a GCD, right? That's what you're talking about? Unless that's what you mean. Your big cooldowns are your regular GCDs, like your what's this, fire and red? No, a lot of times it just is what it is. I mean, you're also rolling, you know, crit values, direct hit values, so it is what it is. No, there isn't. So you're hard casting. That is a weakness of Pictomancer. That once all of your big OG cities are gone, then you have to stand in hard cast. Now, one thing I was saying this a little bit before on stream, but it's fair because, you know, you just came in. I do kind of not rely on Subtractive Palette very much. I will usually open with Subtractive Palette, but I will try not to use it as often. Because the longer cast kind of sucks, especially when you're trying to consider kiting Banjoey. So I will just rely on my regular GCD to finish off the enemies. I mean, the regular GCD is still respective damage, you know? So if you find yourself leaving a lot of enemies at low HP, use your regular GCD just to do it up. So I entered floor 60 at the same time as you, but I'm Machinist and you got done so much faster. I mean, to be fair, like I'm taking a lot of time stopping and going, Rebecca, right? So I think gauging it on this one is a little different. If I was on like regular clear mode, it would be, you know, but my comparison, Rebecca, was this. Usually when I do even a Machinist run, I usually go 1 to 120 as like a setup file to do like half the run. I usually finish in around, I think, 4.5 hours. I think when I did it on Pictomancer, I finished it like 30 minutes faster. It was insane. Like it was noticeable, and I wasn't really trying that much, and we're going even faster. But this run though is weird because I will stop a lot and like explain things. I think I took like a whole 2 minutes just explaining a mimic. So I think in Orthos you have Pearl and White if you want to keep moving. Yes, that is true. In Orthos you do have that instant, which doesn't do that much damage, but oh, I'm sorry. You did say 60, so you meant the boss at the same time, but you got it done so much faster. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I had my big burst at the end too. I mean, one hit with the Winged Muse was like 7%. So it's a lot of damage. Yeah. So I kind of misread your thingy, but yeah, no, you said it correctly. I just didn't read it correctly. But yeah, Pictomancer is insane. Okay, I'm gonna hit an ad, and then we step into 61. Our goal today is 90. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit, and we'll get started on the 61 to 77. Okay, welcome to 61 to 70. This tutorial, guys, in my opinion, is going to be probably a little different than maybe the other ones, where we do spend a lot more time talk about certain things, but you'll just see Pictomancer just kind of looks at it, blinks, and it's dead. And that's what's going to continue probably until we step into maybe 81 in terms of that. But we'll continue on the floor. Our arm and armor is slowly climbing up here, which is really good to see. You'll actually start to see our arm and armor start to get uncapped even with the arm, but you'll still see our damage is going to be really, really good. So Pictomancer still will cover up even if we're not at a higher arm and arm and you're still building it from this level. Let's step in. Alright, so before I didn't have that strength on, but I will pop the strength opener here just so we can kill a little bit faster. We like to some guys like to call this Jurassic Park. You're going to see a lot of dinos on the 61 set, and later on into the set 100 floors from now, it's going to be a lot of dinosaurs. A lot of them are also going to be site aggro, so just as like kind of a blanket statement, you're going to see a lot of site aggro, but you'll also see some things that are not site, which we'll point out as we see them. Exit is already open 30 seconds into this floor, so yeah, welcome to Pictomancer. Picked up the strength I just used, so we're gonna try to see if we can find the exit, which I haven't found yet. That is not the exit. I'm gonna check the chest since I'm already over here, and then we're going to go and... and now we just picked up our first resolution. I mentioned this before, resolutions start at 61. You cannot get them before 61, but you can get them after 61. And right away we got our first resolution. Again, all of these are sight, although that just turned into me, so we'll kill it. I think it's already dead. Moving along. This one has to go because it's looking at me. I mean, I could sneak around the left side, but we have our damage, so we'll just pop him. The exit is along the left side, and we hit a corner trap. Lovely. Love that for me. Gonna pop an affluence here. There is a corner trap sometimes there. I'm kind of familiar with that one, but again, you gotta be careful. Even if you hug the walls, it doesn't 100% guarantee you avoid traps. You'll avoid most of the traps. Alright, 62. Getting this since it's right here. Gonna pop the other affluence, since we just got a free one. Using smudge as often as possible. Here, let's just murder everything in this room. Boom, dead. Okay, everything's gone. The dinos do stuff. They do things. They do telegraphs, but they can't do much when they're already dead, right? Oh, it's alive. Gonna use the sight here. That's a landmine. There is a... I think this is the purity. Oh, there's a silver chest. Definitely want to check the silver chest. Our arm is actually still at cap level, but our armor is definitely a little bit lower. And we get the armor upgrade there. So you're gonna see the upgrades coming in a lot more frequently as we are getting to the appropriate level for the arm and armor. Oh, there's a silver chest actually back here. I'll get this one. This is more important than the rage. 64, nice. Okay, going to the next floor, 63. Just zooming right along. Especially with that strength on. That strength is huge. I mean, we will kill things even faster with the strength on. You already saw the amount of damage that we're outputting without the strength, so with the strength, it's incredible. A lot of one-shots. Alright, these are sights. These guys will just do like an opening conal move if they ever get to you. Checking the next room. There's a Wyver, which would be one to talk about. The Wyver is proximity, and this is a patrol. The Elvis is a patrol. This guy will do a little bit of a vulnerability up on you if he gets the hidden, which is that one, if that were to land. It's not too concerning overall. It's only bad if you're fighting something else while that's on. fighting the Wyver here. The Wyver does double attacks, no telegraphs. They're only notable because they are kind of painful in general, especially on the higher floors. They are also proximity, and anything with proximity, if you've already figured it out by now, is annoying, because if they're on top of exits or blocking a room, you have to kill them if you want to get into that room. So they are a bit of a priority kill if you see them. One little tidbit here, I can't remember if I affluence, but sometimes if you see 2 chests in a room, if you didn't affluence, what that typically means is that it's going to be a small floor. So maybe 3, maybe 4, but likely 3 rooms. A little bit of like a... yeah, one of those like extra bits of information with Deep Dungeon. But you'll see it more often on the 51 to 90 sets about that little detail. So there is a little cause here where we walked into the Wyver and we were low HP. Popped a max potion there for the extra heals. Now, since we have the overcap and the alteration for the first time, we're going to utilize it. Changes the enemy occupying a random room on the next floor into a Mimic or Mandragora. The Mandragora are really nice because they will die in one shot with any damage or any ability action on them. They will die in one shot. They do contribute to the exit as well, so they're a little bit of a dice roll in terms of it helping you or hindering you. Now, arguably on the higher floors, alteration is actually really good, because there are times when you'd rather deal with a Mimic than the enemies that you're actually fighting. We'll worry about that on the higher floors as we get there, but that's what an alteration does. Now, I haven't really been doing alterations in here, just to kind of keep it a little bit simpler, but alterations can be handy for a lot of situations. On the lower floors, Mimics can sometimes give you higher XP, so if you're getting used to Mimics, and especially with the damage of Pictomancer, it may not be a terrible thing to try to pop those alterations earlier. Also for score runners, Mimics and Korrigans, as we like to call them, I like to call them Korrigans because it's easier to say, they do get bonus points, so they give you more points by killing them, so that's also kind of a little bit of a benefit to them. But sometimes you just don't want to gamble with the alteration, especially when you're dealing with Mimics like we are here. And, you know, you just have to deal with them. They do have an enormous aggro range, so that's something to note here. Now, just to showcase how big the aggro range is, usually the typical enemy will have a certain distancing. I believe it is, I think it's like 10 yalms, I think is what people know of. The Mimics will be a little bit close to like 12. So they have a little bit of a longer aggro range, so that's why they're a little bit nastier to deal with, because sometimes, depending on their position, you just can't get through them without fighting. Now, just as a showcase here, I'm going to try to get to this hallway, but it should 100% aggro because of how close they are to the thing. Boom, there's the aggro. And again, these are a little bit more annoying on Pictomancer, since we have no actual way to stop the pox. Now, this is actually a tough situation, because I might get the pox here because I don't have any burst ready and this thing popped open. So we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna swift into this one to kill it. There you go. So at least we had enough damage that way. But we don't have an answer for pox on Pictomancer other than maybe witching, doing the purity, or just killing it in time. Picto does have a very, very good burst to kill it fast enough, so that's one benefit of Pictomancer, but it's not a luxury you'll be able to enjoy the higher and higher you go on the floor. Yep, I mean, some of you guys in chat, like, you know what a Mimic is, you probably dealt with them on your own run, so to now compare how fast a Pictomancer deletes them is something. Again, if you need like a convincing of like, hey, do I take this job? How is this job performing? That's one plus side towards it. But of course, the negative side is if you don't kill it fast enough. Boom. Arm and armor is steadily going up. The game is giving us quite a lot of silver chests here. And we had, as a repeat here, we had started this file at 59.59. So as you can see, we're already at 71.66 in 66 floors. So you don't have to go out of your way to necessarily farm your ether full. You could do it as you're actually progging through the floors. Okay. Checking my HP, we're okay. I still have the potion available if needed. We have a Rage, which actually I'm going to use here with a Fortune, just because I have a couple kills that I can get leading into the exit. I'm going to sneak this one right here. Hit a little bit of a Luring Trap, which actually is not a terrible thing in a Rage. We do want to kill out the Triceratops, because those guys will be a little bit more deadlier than the rest of them with their double attacks. But our HP is a little bit low here. So the Triceratops are proximity. They're kind of like a +1 Wyver, where they do exactly what the Wyver does, but hit you just a little bit harder. So that's why they were the priority on that Luring Trap. It is a little bit of a risky thing with a Rage diving into the middle of a room, because you could hit traps, but at least we have the one-shot mechanics. Taking care of these, and then I'll just go after this one. Oh, we hit another one. Okay, actually, you know what we can do as an example here? I'm gonna pop a Sleep. We have Sleep on range, and let's see how many slept. All of them. So that's one benefit. There are enemies that can sleep, there are enemies that can't sleep, but in this case, the dinos are able to sleep, so this is one big benefit towards Pictomancer, our first instance of actually needing a sleep, because we did a Luring Trap there. Does Pictomancer have the ability to interrupt mimics? It does not. That is one downside of the casters and Pictomancer. There is no ability to interrupt a mimic. You can't sleep them. You can't sleep them. So your option is either to witching them or to just suck up the pox and do a purity. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about actual purity strategies a little bit later when they become a bit of an issue, but going back to check the chest that I ran away from. Oh, there is another. Wow, the mimics have been strong, but you can see our burst kind of counteracting them pretty well. That is without strength, by the way. I'm gonna get a motif up just in case that's another mimic, which it is not. Chests, and another chest here. I already hit the trap here, so we're good. 2 steals going in. Alrighty, let's go. 12 minutes into the 7th floor, we are moving along just fine. And again, if you had seen the previous floors, 1 to 50, you were seeing us fly through these floors now. But that's just kind of what Pictomancer is. We don't need the XP, we don't need the kills. We're just moving through, gathering our Promanders as we're going through, our power-ups as we're climbing on the floors. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. That's not good. If I have to do this again, that's fine, but I probably have to do this again. Yep. Gotta do this again. Well, that was great. It's the risk that I was gonna run. So, Run's dead, I have to do the tutorial again. It's fine, you know, it's nothing off me, it's more content off me, but, yeah, it does mean I have to, I want the run to be, you know, I want the run to be in order, so it kind of sucks now, because I have to do it all again, but it's okay. Yeah, it's whatever, I'm not really, it's fine, I'm gonna unpin this message now. Oh, it's fine. No, I think you guys. Honestly, I think you guys are probably more like saddened than I am. But hey, it's not me. It's fine. So, but you know, it would be bad on like a clear attempt, of course. So that's what kind of scrappy. But at least the pacing we were going at. What are we at? 61 or something? I think I did pace this correctly, because we would have been clearing 70 in about a couple minutes. Yeah, I think 1 to 90 was a good pacing, so at the very least, I had the pacing right, but you have to redo it. Bidding... That's true, yeah. Let me check the directory. Let's look at the directory real fast. Let's see how many people are in the login screen. No one. Nice. I'm the only one in the login screen? I wonder if it's me. I'm seeing a bunch of my buddies that are still fine. Maybe it's a deep dungeon thing, I don't know. But you guys are saying you got disconnected though, so there is that. You in FL right now? Oh, it's hop on it. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to postpone this for next week. Is what it is. I'll just do it, So I gotta plan out, because what I was planning originally was I was going to do this today. and then we were going to do Thursday and Sunday next week to do the next part, but I'll have to push this a little bit, so gotta plan out how I want to do this then. Again, not a big deal. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the you know, the reaction to it. I'm not as upset necessarily about it, but it does suck that I almost got to the end and now we have to redo it. And like, okay, could you make the argument? Could you be like, no, just, you know what, just go back in and just, you know, just start it off from that point on? Well, here's the thing though. I do kind of pride myself a little bit on the